Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. Recently we did all kind of different series on the YouTube channel. We played some Transport Fever, a bit of a trains and buses and whatnot that you are sort of in charge of. You have to create the routes and whatnot. We played through the campaign there, 18 missions. And then we switched to Blueprints. And we did play through that game, puzzled a bit of a puzzle game. We played through that and solved that all. Now we're going to do something completely different in the next series, and that is Escape from Tarkov. If you go to escapefromtarkov.com, that is where you can get the game. You can also get it on Steam nowadays, I believe. And I do believe that meanwhile all the versions are available, because at some point the highest, only recently they added the game to Steam, and the highest point, the highest edition was only recently added. A couple of weeks after the early editions were sort of put in. Anyway, history of this game. Somewhere started development in 2017, 2018. 2017, I think it was, alpha. So people played a bit, and then a beta version from late 2017 or early 2018 beta version was available, and people could play that. I sort of bought in at, I think in 2020. At that time, I bought the highest edition at that time, which was the Edge of Darkness edition, which is no longer available at this moment, but at that time it was about $110, I think, plus tax. Tax depending on the country where you live. That's still the same. The prices on the website are exclusive the tax that you need to pay on it. That depends on your country, obviously. In my case, that would be 20% for gaming, and sort of same as perfume, and so it's considered luxury products, gaming, so you pay 21%, I think we pay over here. So 110 plus 20, I paid about 135, but later they brought a new highest edition. But then we could upgrade for, I think, about half the price. Because normally the upgrade would be like 100 or 120 bucks extra, I think. But I think it was 47 bucks or something, plus tax. So in total, I paid about $180, $190 for the highest edition of the game. Nowadays, that's a good question. Purchase. There they are. Which version to choose? Well, that's up to you, of course, depending on your budget, on how many times you want to play this game and what's so not. Standard edition, 50 bucks, gives you a copy of the game, a basic stash size. That's where mostly, it's not pay to win or something, it is just, it's about convenience. Do you like to have some extra stash space? Then that's where the price difference is in these things. You could also buy, if it's just about stash space for you, you could buy a standard edition and then purchase somewhere down below. We have expansions and upgrades. You can purchase extra lines of stash if you want to. I think they're available for $3 for a line, I think. So and with a maximum of 14, I believe. So you could buy, potentially, if you want to buy 14 extra lines, which is 140 extra slots of stash space, I think you pay 42. Unless they changed it, but let's have a look. Stash upgrades. Let's have a look what it's all about. Yeah, from three boxes on. From two to 56 additional inventory lines. 56 is of course based on the standard, right? So a standard of 300 plus 56 lines, that's 860, but the highest edition has 720 slots, plus 140 is also 860. So yeah, it's if you have the highest edition, the maximum you can upgrade is 14 lines. If you have a standard edition, you can upgrade up to 56 lines. But then it's going to get expensive, of course, because then you have to pay Yeah, it's still cheaper. If you look at it like that. If you buy a standard edition and you buy all the stash page that you can, then you pay $150 extra. Then you pay about $200, which is still cheaper than buying the highest edition. And that's plus tax at the $250. $250 plus tax is about $300 now for the game, the highest edition. Anyway, is that worth it? It definitely is, because you will see once we start playing and go through this all, stash page is quite important. Plus you also get some really goodies, which it's not pay to win, but it's very convenient. You start, for instance, you start with a magazine case, you start with a ammo case, which saves you already a lot of space in your stash. And I think you even start with a lucky Scav junk box, which is a 4x4 crate, but inside it's 14x14. So that saves a lot of space, which you normally have to buy for 1.1 million from one of the traders. So normally we have 4 or 5 of those boxes when we are playing a little bit. So to give you an idea, it saves you $1 million basically. So, and then so 300 stash space, a secure container, a 2x2. Secure container, let me explain you that. That's some container that you have on you, where you can put some things in, like keys or money or meds or some of the high value items you can put in there as well. And then no matter what happens, even if you die, you will never lose those items in that secure container. So in the standard game, that's a 2x2, only 4 slots, so not that much to, and then basic gear and skills for $50. Left Behind, digital copy of the game. Secure container is still a 2x2, so it's still the same. Increased stash size this time. Instead of 300 in the standard, we now have 400 size available. Left Behind edition gear and skills, which means it's a bit upgraded from the standard. And in-rate experience bonus for plus 7%. So you get a bit more XP if you buy the Left Behind edition, which is 86. Prepare for Escape is a beta secure container, which is 2x3, so that's 6 slots already. In the secure container, 10x50, so 500 slots stash. The Prepare for Escape edition gear and skills, and plus 9% experience bonus, and increased standing with all the in-game traders. There are some in-game traders. You have to do missions for them so that you can increase your reputation with them. And in the Prepare Escape, this is the first time that we get it. We get a little bit of startup, let's say. Instead of starting with 0.0 rep with the traders, you probably will start with 1.0 or something like that. 0.1, I mean, not exaggerate. So yeah, 0.1, that means that you normally would have to do 3 or 4 tasks, maybe 5 tasks for him or her to get to that point. So that's a bit of a kickstart, let's say. And then of course we have the highest edition, which is the ultimate edition, the Unhurt. Same copy of a game, obviously. 3x3 secure container this time, which is a 9-slot secure container. Maximum stash size is 720. That is without upgrades, of course. If you want to spend an extra 14 lines of stash space, you can buy them extra with the expansions. Unhurt edition gear and skills. In-rate experience bonus of plus 20%. Increased standings with all the in-game traders. In this case, 0.2. So you start with 0.2, which is that's somewhere 5 to 8 tasks that you normally have to do to get to that number. And we have a season pass, which gives you access to future Escape from Tarkov DLC. By the end of the year, we, for instance, going to get the Scav DLC. If you have the highest edition, it will be free. They brought another game called Escape from Tarkov Arena, some sort of multiplayer. You can sort of compare it to a COD multiplayer or whatever. 5x5 checkpoint, 5x5 domination, things like that. And then a Lost Hero, which is a 1 versus 1 for like 5 minutes or whatever it is. Just getting kills and respawn and kill and respawn and kill, that kind of thing. on very small maps. It's like a multiplayer thing, right? It's basically another game is included as well. So if you buy the Unhurt edition, you basically buy 2 games. That's sort of what we had to go over. Now I know it is also available on Steam. At some point there were only the 3. I think it only came, was it this year? Yeah, probably something like this. Because what the history of this game was, as I said, we were playing betas, and every 6 months it wiped. Whenever there was new content or something, it wiped, and everybody went back to level 1, and that's what we have been doing for quite a while. Another thing is this, there are 2 modes you have at the moment. There will be 3 very shortly, but at the moment there are 2. You have PvP, which is what we have always have been playing. And then about a year or 2 ago or 3, they also added a PvE mode, which means that's another profile, another character of yours that you can play, but then you don't play against other players. I've been debating a bit with myself what to do, and I think that is what we're going to do. I think we're going to play PvE this time for the series. Also, it will be something new for me, and I can explain everything. You have more time to explain things. Well, if you play on PvP, you can get killed out of every corner at every time of the playthrough. Every corner you take, you might get shot at. In PvE, you might also get shot at if you take a corner, but the problem with the AI bots is that very often they're just shouting from miles away. So you sort of know from which direction they're coming. So PvE, make no mistake, PvE is a bit easier. Nevertheless, I do say a bit easier, you're still going to get killed. You're still going to get killed by bosses. You're still going to get killed by some shotgun bush AIs, which are sitting in the bush. You can't see them, but they shoot you through the bush and one tap you in the head. It all happens. So it happens in PvP, but it also happens in PvE. But some of these players, which are also, there are no players, as I said, in PvE, so they will be replaced with AI bots. They will be a bit better than the normal scavengers. It's one of the factions. So the AI PMCs, let's say, they're more like raiders in the. You sort of have different factions. You have the scavs, which are like the lowest. They're scavengers. They do not have that really good gear. Usually broken guns. If you pick up a gun from them and shoot with it, it's a good chance that that thing jams after a while. They're not great, but then you have some raiders and things like that. They have some better gear. That's what the PMCs are in the PvE mode, I think. Because you need to have PMCs because there are a bunch of tasks where you need to kill PMCs, which are normally other players on the PvP mode, but in PvE they are replaced with bots. And that's how you can get dog tags and so from those guys. So that is what that's all about. And then, yeah, like I said, it's Escape from Tarkov, but it's also, if you buy the highest edition, you also have Escape from Tarkov Arena, which has its own website, which is, I think, $35 or something. That works more with like battle passes and so that you can play through. I think it's about $35, if I'm not mistaken. But if you buy the highest edition of Escape from Tarkov, then that is also one of those things which is amongst the season pass. A long introduction, but yeah, we're gonna have to explain a lot through this series. That is pretty clear. Now, I'm not as good at this game. I don't have the best aiming skills, I don't have the best shooting skills, but if there's something that I do have in this game, then it's knowledge. And knowledge is a skill which is better not to be underestimated in this game. You can go far with knowledge. If you know where what the map looks like, if you know where to go, if you know where the expansions are, if you know where every keys goes, if you know where all the stashes are, if you know all of that stuff, then you can get progression going. And that also means that you know where people spawn, you have an idea where they're coming from, you have an idea where they're sitting, you also have an idea from which angle you can be shot. That is all map knowledge that you cannot learn in a week. I have, meanwhile, about 4,000 hours in this game, and I am still learning every time there's a new expansion or an update or whatever. And even some things that have changed over time, you might learn. There's always something new. There are people with 15,000, 16,000 hours in this game. So this is a hardcore long-term game. If you're a casual player, this is probably not for you. And if it is, then I would suggest buy a standard game and just play PvE and don't worry too much about it. If you're gonna go play with PvP, if you're one of those COD players who think like, oh, let's quickly play Escape from Tarkov and play the way I play on COD, you're gonna have a very hard time. Even if you're esport level, it doesn't matter. You're gonna get swiped off that map very easily. There are not many. I think like it's Timmy or so. I think is one of those guys. Like was one of these Apex predators. Played Apex. He played a bit on the side EFT. It took it quite a while, but he's pretty good in EFT now as well. But some other of these COD boys, we have seen them try it, and they just get like some of the big YouTubers or so. They also tried this game, and that didn't go very well. Anyway, when you purchase the game, you also have to download the launcher. So you have the launcher looking like this, where you can do a few things. You can change your region. That is more about you can't change your region. You cannot say like, hey, I want to play in the US. No, unless you can connect to the server with a decent ping. So the changed region thing is where the servers are. Like if you see, and it's sort of calculating where you can connect to. And it will pick, mostly in my case, European servers, of course. Ping under 100. But you might be able to connect to some of the US servers. 128 ping here to North American Central. Southeast, it's now timed out, but normally I should be able to connect to that. It's calculating it. What does it say? 150? That's probably the Dallas server done or something. So I'm North America South. North America Central. Yeah, that makes no sense. Makes no sense that I have Central America a lower ping than on the Southeast. I'm closer to the Southeast than to the middle, so I'm guessing North America is like Toronto and New York servers, and so that makes sense with that ping. Now Australia is not advisable to play with 300 ping. You're gonna get kicked a lot. So obviously, and I think if I'm not mistaken, also over time that has changed. Back in the day, you could select as many servers as possible. Now you can only select 5, I think. So I mostly have Europeans selected. You can report a bug, and then you have your game settings where you can clear your logs. I would advise you to do that at least once a month, and clear the cache. I would advise you to at least do that once a week, because there are a lot of items in the game, a lot of things that needs to load. So clear cache once a week, clear logs. Let's clear the cache while we're doing it, and logs, I don't know. I haven't played recently. Yeah, we still have some. So let's get rid of those and get them out of my hard disk as well. And then let's boot it up. That was a long intro. Well, I have to point you to where potentially to get the game. You could also check on Steam. It's also available there now. But yeah, it doesn't matter that much. So unless you want to have that game on Steam, but it was not an option for me when we started playing, because only I think it was either this year or last year when they added the game to Steam. So we played some betas, as I already said, over time, and till eventually they had enough of their beta thing, and they decided to come out with 1.0. Was not 100% ready yet. I feel like there still needs some optimization for sure. That's definitely a thing. There's all kind of stuff happening here. Obviously, this is my main character. We are now in the PvP zone. You can see here on the bottom, PvE zone. That's probably what I will click next, but to give you an idea, I don't even know what I was doing, but you can see what we're dealing with here. Couple of boxes, weapon crates, lucky scab boxes, ammo boxes, all kind of stuff. A tick case already. A bunch of guns and other stuff that we have sitting in here. Tank batteries, another guns, some gear, some guns, and then a couple of bunch pack, which are probably also full of all kind of shenanigans. You can see it's not even that much, especially gear-wise and so. And this is the highest edition with 720 slots. So you can imagine if you only have 30 deep, that's sort of about this, I think. That's all you have if you buy a standard edition. So yeah. And these things are not here for science. They are actually full, most of them, with all kind of shenanigans that you need over time. They're not just here to be here, right? They are here to be filled. Magazine cases. Don't use them for guns, but I use them for scopes and things like that. Money case also quite important, especially if you have many millions. That has already increased over time because that back in the day that used to be 500,000 maximum, I think, which means you needed more money cases. But now they already made it 1 million in one pile, and one of these money cases is 49 million in there. But there are people who have many money cases. Then here you have the streamers item. At some point there was a drops event, and then you could win that streamers item case, and what you goes in there is the streamers items. Now I got all of them in there, but meanwhile things have changed. Why do you need those streamers items? That is for one of these final tasks where you can potentially get a Kappa container, which is a 3x4. And that's sort of like, it's not the end of all the missions, but it's somewhere after 250, 280 missions you can get to Kappa. And then you get the collector quest, and then you need to turn in all these streamers items. These are all items which belong to a certain streamer. The Pestily mask, the Glorious mask, Axel TV, Parrot, Loot Lord, Clean. He has Fire Clean. Gingy, she has a Gingy keychain. WZ is the Willer Z wallet. But they have removed some tongues. There are some people which meanwhile have moved on, let's say. Like the Devil Doves mayonnaise and the cotton beanie. The Sprats. The Rooster. And there was another one, which I can't immediately... The Fire Steel, I think. Those are no longer, recently, they made a change that they are no longer required. So those 5 go out, and then they added 3 new ones. The Desmond CD, and then some sort of 4-square cat. So that cat replaces the rooster sort of. The cat was from Cheap GG. And then Dunks. Can't remember what his name. Some Russian streamer, but I can't remember what the item was. So they removed 5, they added 3, basically. And then recently there was a streamers challenge, and Hart won that one. So he probably will get one as well. That's usually, they did last year a streamers challenge as well, and then the top 3 got a streamers item, which was Tamachi, Insec, and Viben. Those 3 won that streamers item. And this year they did another one, and there was one winner, which was Hart. So I think he will get a streamer's item. I don't know. We will see. So yeah, they're messing around with these things. People that no longer play the game or whatever, they're removing those and then bringing new players in with streamer's items. That's what that thing is. At some point there was a drop event, and that was how you could subscribe to a channel which was streaming Escape from Tarkov, and then you could get that streamer's box. Another way of getting it is, I think, with a Fence task. Fence is one of your traders. Yeah. Isn't this the one? Yeah. Is this a reference which requires you to go play some Wi-Fi cameras on pretty much on 3-4 different spots on every of the maps, and that the reward is the streamer's item case. So if you do not have the streamer's item case, you can still get it by doing this task. Wi-Fi cameras are a bit tricky to get though. And that sort of gives you an idea on what is going on. Overall, we messed around a bit, didn't even shoot that much, as you can see, 0.15. We died more. I very often go for a quest and then try to get the quest done. If we get shot, we get shot, so be it. We're not running around with the best gear. Knowledge we do have. 4,700 hours is obviously not for this wipe. This is from wherever we had the game in 2020 or so. I think I bought the game. This wipe I didn't even play that much. As usual, I enjoy Tarkov from level 1 to level 30, and then it becomes a bit tedious quests, and then you also run into these sweaties the whole time, which are running with the high. The most fun is always especially on the PvP, is from level 1 to level 30, everybody starts with low gear, you have these crazy fights, pistol fights or whatever, which takes you ages. The further, the higher level you get, yeah, the easier it gets, in a way that either you die or you live, but you're gonna shoot people with a one bullet, right? Because you're gonna, over time, you're gonna get your hands on better gear and better bullets and whatnot. Let's see what's going on here. We have a message. Okay, what was that about? There's also a survey of some sort. And then we have our hideout. This is your craft stations in a way, in the hideout. This is also expendable. So it takes a lot to load, as you can see. Especially if you haven't booted up the game a lot. It's pretty dark in here. That pretty much means we have no. Okay, we have no fuel. Okay, now we have fuel. Let's put on some light so that we can see a little bit. That's better. So yeah, this is your hideout with all the different stations. That's not how it looks like when you start playing, obviously. This is a almost fully upgraded, not completely, but so yeah, you have a shooting range over here, and over here we have the Hall of Fame, the gym, and the gear rack. Here we have some other stations like the workbench, Intel Center, Bitcoin farm, laboratory, stash. Seeing you have the highest edition, you also have the highest stash, which is a level 4 stash. Also the only station which goes to level 4, only the other stations are only going to level 3. Vents, solar power, and then there are some stations like the library, which only has 1 level. The boost generator only has 1 level. Solar power we still need to develop, and Scav case only has 1 level as well. And then you have over here the cultist circle. These are basically you give these people some items, and then they go out on the map and search for some stuff, and then some sort of recipe in a way. You can put in some things in their specific order, and then you can get some good stuff from that. Pretty similar as the Scav case. In the Scav case, you need to give them some money. You can give them 15, 90, or 2,500. Or an intel folder, or a moonshine. And then you start that, and then it runs for 2 hours, and then they bring you a bunch of items back. So you give them a moonshine, and they bring you back some ammo, some guns, maybe some ammo or scopes or whatever, something like that. When you give them intel, you are guaranteed a key, but that could also be a marksroom key, which is very hard to find, things like that. So intel is a way of getting potentially good keys. Also labs key cards, which are a thing. Labs is one of the maps, but they have colored key cards. Now, here we have the tick case, which is a case which is full of cases. These are all our meds, for instance, a couple of stims, some healing stims, surgery kits, are all kind of healing devices. Some more stims, some foods, some drinks, and then over here we're collecting whiskey and vodka and beer, and so that's for a quest later on. A couple of flares, a couple of extra helmets. These are more the good stuff already. We got some grenade case. We got some cases, but there are a bunch of different maps, so sort of sorted by map. But as I said, there are different maps. So this is reserve, lighthouse, and street keys, and here we have in the other one we have customs, interchange, woods, and shoreline. That's where we put those keys, and then whenever we need the keys, then we put them in here, wherever we are going in our stick case. In this case, we seem to have the lighthouse keys with us, and then we have an empty raid documents case as well. So yeah, that's sort of how you do that with these cases business. And then we have some entry cards for labs and labyrinth, which are two different maps in a way. And then we have the lab cards itself, which are yeah, black, blue, green, red, violet, and yellow. Do I have two yellows here? Apparently, and also two blacks. And then the key card with the blue marking, a couple of normal keys, and then the Pelican key card, which is for factory, I think. So yeah, those are the key cards, more than specifically. We also have a, I now have it in the documents case, but you can also have it in a key card holder. And then in your case over here, what you normally do, I have a jammer in here now, probably for some quests, but normally you have your injectors in here. So this is a secure container where I have some extra heals, some extra heavy bleeds, some extra splints. I also have a marker sitting in here, where I normally have that recording device somewhere, I think, or something, or maybe some extra ammo, I don't know. Apparently we were jamming and marking, but what you normally do is a document case here, where you can put in some flash drives, some SSDs, some things like that, that can go in here. Also money goes in here, and some other items, specific items goes in this documents case, and the same for a raid. Here you can put in money and keys, but also some golden skulls, and so go into here. Doc tag case, doc tags also go in the SIG case, but they don't go in the documents case, for instance. That's why we are running around with SIG case, and then we are using the keys over here. If we go to another map, we change the keys for that map. You could potentially make extra documents cases, that's also possible. And then the injector case, we sort of, this is like healing, decent. This is really good healing. This is to stop heavy bleeds, decent. This is good stuff to stop the bleeds. We have painkiller, and then we have a 2 BTG, which is baby mule if you're a bit overweight. If you're really overweight, then you can use the mule. The mule stim, but you also have the 2 BTG, which I don't know what it exactly is, but this gives you something like, what was it again, 80% or something, I think. 80% weight reduction, I believe, and this one is less. 30% or something, 15 it says. I thought it was 30 before, but anyway. Oh, they changed it. It used to be 80 and 30, now it's 50 and 15 apparently. So the mule is 50% reduction, and the baby mule, as we call it, this red one, is now 15. That means that you're heavy overweight, like we are now already, with 35 kilograms on this loadout. If you have, yeah, for a moment you take 2 guns, you're overloaded. So gives you an idea on how it all works. So So this is your stash. It stays here forever. On the left side, you have what you're wearing on you, and then what you're taking with you. So left side and middle that's your character. That's what you go into a raid with. If you die, you lose it all except for the security container. You can use insurance to potentially get it back. Now in PvE, if you use insurance, you always get it back because nobody will pick it up, right? There are no other players. Nobody gonna loot your stuff. Because that's how it works. If you get shot and you have insured your gear, you're gonna get most of the stuff back, except for things like ammo and so you will never get back. But you're gonna get your guns back if nobody looted them. But of course, if you play on a PvP mode, then obviously people might find your body and they might loot you, then you don't get it back. So insurance, especially if you play solo, it's a bit of a waste, I find personally. Unless you go fight some bosses and you have a high chance that you're going to get killed by AI, then you can insure. But just going out, if somebody finds your body on a PvP map, you usually get looted and then you overpaid on insurance. It's personal preference. I did a test at one wipe where I insured everything. I made about 100 million, I think, that wipe. And then in a sort of the wipe after that, I didn't insure anything and played sort of similar style as the wipe before and also a similar amount of time, and I ended that wipe with 150 million. So I am convinced that if you play solo, not insuring is the way to go, unless you go fight bosses, then you can insure. Other than that, we're gonna have to explain everything as we go because there's lots to explain. So yeah, you have your overall tab where you can see all your stats and whatnot. You have your gear. That's where you will play most of your time because you're in the stash and all that stuff. You have your health. All seems to be fine. We have enough health. 440 points is the maximum you can have. We have 36 degrees. This could be toxic things or radiation of some sort. They're not in the play at the moment unless there is an event or so. Like last week or a couple of weeks ago, there was an event where people were intoxicated with some sort of poison. Then you will see one of these numbers at 100. And then you need to find an antidote within 3 or 5 minutes or whatever it was, otherwise you die. But if there is an event like that, then you usually do find an event. There are ways killing the bosses or airdrops or something. There are ways of finding those tims that you can keep going until you find another one, right? But normally it's not really. There was at some point they said that there would be places where there would be radiation. And then you have all your skill trees. That means that you have a bunch of different skills which you have to max out, as you can see. And we did a lot of crafting, and then at some point there was a boost of some sort that we could get, so that's why I have elite level crafting. What that involves is that you can craft 2 things at the same time in one station. And what is elite level? It's level 51, I believe. I'm assuming, because that's what most of the skills are. You need to get them to level 51 and then they go into an elite level thing. Right. It reduces the crafting time by 37.5%. It reduces all cycle production, 37. So you can get your crafts, you get them back quicker, except for the Bitcoin farm. And then you get the ability to craft 2 items at once in every station. So that's what elite crafting does. Elite hideout management gives you more slots for fuel and water filters and things like that. But we're still working on that. We're level 32, so we need to go another 19 levels for that one. From the normal skills, normally the first one that goes up is metabolism. It's normally the first, eating and drinking. It's normally the first one that goes to elite. And then of course you can go into your gym every day and put up some weights that will give you a few points on strength and endurance. I usually don't bother with that, as also shows. that's why we don't have high strength. We're level 37, but our the skills are not leveling up that much. Now, with the upcoming seasonal structure that they will implement, because last year in November 1.0 came out. So after all these years of wiping and beta and whatnot, they finally released the game in November last year. 1.0 came out. Now your main character, like this is my main character now, it will never wipe again. Unless I go to the website and manually reset it. But the game will not wipe it anymore. There will be no more wipes on your main character. Instead, they're going to do a seasonal character. The first season is coming up in July, where there will be like a third character. So you're probably going to have to go to this place here. Like here, this is my PvP account, but you can see here PvE zone. So we probably will have another tab here somewhere where it says seasonal, and then you can click on seasonal and you go to your seasonal character. And that will be wiped every 6 months from now on. So you can play on your seasonal character, and at the end of the seasonal, you can transfer your XP and whatnot. I think you can transfer to your main character. So you sort of play on your seasonal character. You go through all of these different missions. I don't know if it will be the same missions that you have to play through. It could be completely different missions. It's also possible that you have to do it all again and escape from Tarkov again or something like that. We will see. It's not known. I cannot tell you that because we did not have the seasonal structure yet. It only comes in season 1 in July. That's why I was checking the website also, because I thought I saw an article come by that there would summer sales. Either the summer sales were last week, or they came up with an article where the summer sales will be starting in July or something. That's possible. Because normally they have summer sales, and also at the end of the year, that's when season 2 will start in December. So that will wipe your seasonal character and you go back to level 1 on that seasonal character. So next to PvP and PvE, there will be some sort of seasonal character. I don't know exactly how it works, because the seasonal character will not be available in PvE zone. It will only be available in PvP. So maybe it will not be here. Maybe it will be an extra tab on the top over here, something that you can go seasonal, and then you go to that character. It's like a second profile within the PvP structure, not within the PvE structure. At least not for now, or at least as far as I know. So that's the skills. The map is completely useless. Even if you do buy a map, they are completely useless, the in-game maps. You want to use some wiki maps or something, some outside maps, especially if you're a new player. Go to the wiki, which is the fandom wiki for Escape from Tarkov. You can find pretty much everything there. And then you have the task. You have stories, as you can see. I already completed some of them. Those are the main storylines. And then on others we are still working. Like here, for instance, I need my intelligence center to get to level 3 before I can do anything else. And then that's probably finishes it then. So these are different story chapters, and there are a few more that have been added, especially with events or so. There might be some extra story missions coming in here. That was new for 1.0 in November, all of these story missions. Never seen them before. Now, meanwhile, we know we need to find all kind of stuff. So if you do find tapes and whatnot, pick them up. If you find pictures, pick them up. You might need them for a quest. Of course, if you already found them, then it will be checked once you get the quest. And then we go to the side missions. That is what we have been doing for like years. That was our quest that we had back in the day. They're still around. They're still the same. So you have to, as you can see, that is a long list of things. You can pin them. That's what I did here with a few, I think. Yeah, all of these are pinned. These are things that we were working on a certain map. That's why you could see like my character had like the lighthouse keys. We were planning to go do something on lighthouse. That's pretty clear. So I pinned all the quests that I have on lighthouse, and then see you go there and see what you can get done, right? And then you have achievements over time. As you can see, I'm not really an achievement hunter. I was sort of waiting on like when the prestige levels come in, it'll probably wipe everything, and then we will see what we'll do. But that was not the case. They didn't wipe when the prestige levels came. With 1.0, they did not wipe the prestige levels. So that's also why I don't have prestige levels yet, because I thought they're gonna wipe them anyway. So we have to do it all over again, so I will wait. Now, meanwhile, they have changed the prestige system. Because before, you always had to get Kappa container. So you always had to do those 250, 280 quests to get going. That has now changed. Now you need to get level, for instance, to get prestige level 1. You need to get character level 25. You need to get some stations to a certain upgrade. Intelligence center level 1, rest space level 2, nutrition unit level 2. You need to have 10 million rubles. We have 22 million sitting and a bunch of stuff in our that we could sell potentially, so that's not a problem. So to prestige in 1, I have to do the new beginning. What does the prestige mean? That also means that you wipe. That's like a personal, yeah. It's not like the game wiping you, but it's you do your wipe yourself. And you reset yourself to level 1 and have to do it all over again. And then you go to level 2. As you can see, we would in theory also be ready for level 2. But I don't think that's how it works. We would even be ready for level 3. We're not ready for level 4 because you need character level 40, and we need to do obtain the ticket from Tarkov. I think that means that you need to have access to terminal, or maybe even I don't think you have to escape. I think you have to escape on level 6 now, but yeah, obtain the ticket from Tarkov. So or maybe you need to have access to Lightkeeper. That's probably what the ticket is. And then they're already here is you have to finish the cultist storyline. And then you have to do collector, which is the Kappa items. I have them all sitting, so that's potentially whenever I get that, but you can only get that level 47, you will get the collector tasks. And then at level 55, I think it is, you can turn them in. But we have them all sitting, so that is something. So in theory, I just need to get my skills upgraded, but that is something, okay. We can do a bit of gym to get the strength and endurance going, and charisma. Take a few car extractions, and always take the same car, then that thing will go up relatively quickly. There are some other ways of upgrading charisma, but taking the same car extract, for instance on woods, is also a good choice, or on shoreline, where it always spawns. And yeah, you can see what's going on here. You get a unique dog tag, you get some new hideout items, floors and walls and whatnot every time you prestige, right? And then level 6 is the last one, where you actually have to escape. You need to get the ticket out, basically. And at the moment they have 6. They have planned at least 10. So probably with seasonal coming in. What they did in the previous wipes was every 6 months. When they brought the prestige levels, it was 1 and 2. And then they wiped again with 3 and 4. And then with 1.0, they brought 5 and 6. So now in July, with the wipe for the seasonals, they will probably add 7 and 8. So that you can get 2 more. And what they also did now, because they were all the same, you always had to play to Kappa, reset, play to Kappa and reset, but now they made them way easier, as you can see. You only need to get level 25. Kappa is level 55, so. Now I don't know if I would do the beginning. I don't know if I can actually do it. What I also don't know is, because I can also do this one. And I can also do this one. No, I can't do this one, but like this one I could do. So I'm wondering if I would do the beginning, which is kill 50 things on the map and turn in some figurines. I'm wondering if it's going to put me immediately on level 3. Because I could put, in theory, I don't know. We will see. We'll figure it out. So my idea is to create some PvE character, go through this with prestige levels, right? So that would mean that we probably, the first time, we just play to level 25 and try to get this thing done and reset and to go again with level 2. Then we play to level 30, level 3 to level 35, level 4 to level 40, and so on. That is one way of doing it. Or we could just play through it and escape from Tarkov. But you're not going to be able, then you can only prestige. Once you have all the things available, because I have new beginning available. That is a task from, I think, Ragman. I have it available, but I don't have those things. Yeah, here. Boom. Yeah. We need to eliminate 50 scabs. We need to survive from the lab. And then we need to hand over some of these figurines. PMC, Scav, any trader figurine and any boss figurine. Especially now there's an event going on Woods, the figurines pop up left, back, and center. So it should not be that hard to find these. You need to survive a lapse. So another place where you can find all these figurines. So we could in theory do it, but not something we're going to worry about. We will see. We will see what is going on with that once we get there. I'm sort of waiting on to see what's going on with that seasonal character. And then we'll start that one. I don't know when. Somewhere in July, they said. That probably will not be the 1st of July, but somewhere mid-July or something. They will bring that thing in, and then we're going to have a third character. This is our PvP character. We have a PvE character, and then the third one will be... Yeah, it's some sort of third character, but it's only linked to PvP, so it's I don't know. It might be a tab over here that you can say like, hey, seasonal, and then you do play that character. On different servers, of course. That could be very possible. But this is obviously, of course, not what you start with. So how do you start? You start basically with a tutorial, and then... what I did was, I went to the website the other day. I went to the website and I reset my PvE character. So if we go to PvE zone, that should be reset now. There we go. So it has reset. It worked. Not that I played much on it, but I did 1 or 2 videos back in the day to showcase how to get your PvE character, and then we played a few raids on it. I think that's all I did on PvE ever. So this is how you normally would start, because what you just saw now is not something when you, let's say you buy it, you're new to the game and you're completely, then this is how it starts. Huh? If you're completely new to the game, I would advise you to go with USEC, because on Lighthouse there is a bear camp. Or there's a USEC camp and they're anti-bears, and so they shoot you from miles away. And that's not exaggerated. If you're a USEC, you can approach that camp and there's a good chance that they will not shoot you at all, because they're sort of friendly towards the USEC. It is a USEC camp after all. The other faction, the bears, that's what this is. There are 2 factions. The other faction, the bears, they get shot 200-300 meters away from it. I think I'm going to go with USEC this time. That would be the first time ever in history, because I've always played on bear. Already 7 or 8 wipes that I'm playing now, I always played on bear. So for this, we will go USEC, just to have a bit of a different story. You get a bit of an explanation what he is. You can also choose bear. You get an explanation of what D is. The bears were the good guys, I think, right? The USECs were sort of the bad guys if you go by the lore. But we'll play USEC anyway. Now, You can use Nikita's voice, which is the CEO of the CEO of the company. Also something at some point with the drops event you could win that, I think.
I swear, walls are whispering, иди нахуй.
So it's the Russian CEO of the company speaking English. It's kind of funny. There are some others. If not, I would just go for Joss. I believe is the most. Has to do with breeding and so mainly. There are some annoying breeders out there. That's even sometimes the reason why people choose Jusik over bear, because some of the bears are heavy breeders when they're tired or when they get shot in the arm or something. They can exaggerate a little bit. But seeing we have Nikita available, we'll use this. I think we can use our own nickname. Okay. Nickname is valid. Yeah, you can use your name from the same character. You can change your name if you want to, but because I think if I change my name here, I change my name all over the place, I think. Might be not, but we'll just leave it be and start it up. I don't know what's going to do. It might switch into the cutscene already for the tutorial. Yeah, we're deploying. Now, I do believe there are some tapes or something that you need to find in this tutorial. I also believe you cannot die in this tutorial, although you can step on mines and things like that. But I think there are heals. Here we go.
The Norvensk region has forever changed the moment it was turned into an open economic zone. Both Norvensk and Tarkov became centers of international partnership. One of the most influential corporations on the global stage, Terra Group, has established its regional headquarters in Tarkov. Terra Group scientists promised to bring our world towards the future. Even back then, it was obvious the old world was on its way out. In Tarkov, the corporation was actively acquiring land and absorbed local businesses for the sake of its revolutionary projects. Virtus in scientia. That's what they used to say. Terra Group's influence in the city grew rapidly. It wasn't long before they started showing interest in restricted government facilities. A move that couldn't go unnoticed by domestic security agencies. In order to protect their enterprises, Terra Group hired a foreign PMC, United Security. USEC personnel began blocking access to Terra Group's facilities, and even the government authorities no longer had a full picture of what the corporation was doing within Tarkov's borders. Eventually, a team of investigators was sent to the local headquarters to search the building and compile a report. But the USEC operatives refused to let the law officials through and opened fire. After that incident, a new force appeared in the Norvensk region, PMC Bear. Their main mission was to expose and gather evidence of Terra Group's illegal activities around the world. At first, Bear's operations and their clashes with USEC forces were limited and isolated, but the tension escalated quickly. It was too risky to fully involve military forces to maintain order due to the region's special status. The UN forces and Russian military blocked all routes in and out of the city, and the UNTAR mission began evacuating civilians. But despite the authorities' statements, the situation in Tarkov was no longer under anyone's control. The conflict between Bear and USEC evolved into an all-out armed conflict. Marauders and bandits, soon nicknamed Scavs, only made things worse. For several years, both PMCs fought each other, each carrying out orders from their respective command. Before all this, Tarkov was featured in the world's top financial news. And now it shows up in the combat logs of the contract wars. But it didn't end there. Terror Group's local headquarters became Bear's primary objective, withstanding multiple assault attempts. During one of those raids, something happened. An event that split Tarkov's history into the before and after.
Apparently, we were in the building when these things happened. Obviously, let's see what we got here. Not much to work with. We got some bandage. You can press the numbers on your on the bottom here, or you can just drag it to, like, if you want it on a certain number, you can just drag it there, and then it also goes in there. We just you can also hover over it and just press the number, and then it, as you can see, it shows now. Okay, if I now press 5, I'm using the bandage. So we have a little bit of a you can click the armor. It will show you this is a level 2 armor. Not the best of the best, obviously. Armor wise, you can go up to level 6. And other than that, this is your character. Now, we have a light. Let's see what else we can get. That's something we need. Sugar, maybe to eat. We heard some voices in the right there. The rest is closed, I think. No. We need to be in this building. This is a Terror building. This is the Ground Zero map that we are basically doing a tutorial on. We spawn in with a recording device, and that's probably what we need here. Let's see if this is a better rig. Not really. We could put this in here and then fill it up with stuff. Then we have more space, I think. 16 or 12. Yeah, we are gaining 4 steps by doing this. Now, we can play M. We can play the tape.
Commander, how much longer do you reckon we'll be stuck here?
For as long as they tell us to. Terror Group still has a fuckload of unclosed facilities in Tarkov.
You think they'll manage to pull everything out on time? Even with their resources? It sounds impossible.
Let them set their priorities themselves. We've already got our hands full babysitting HVIs and hauling out Terror Group's docks.
But still, even if everything is moved out, there will be hundreds of digital drives left behind. There's no way to evacuate something like that in war conditions.
They're not going to extract everything, okay? I heard Terror Group has some kind of weapon that wipes data from the systems, all of it.
Like an EMP? Surely they're gonna give us a heads up, right? It would screw up all our coordination.
Why would they hide it from us? Even if they do end up using this thing, it'll only be after we're evacuated. Without our PMC support, they wouldn't last long. They have no one but us.
And what about those contractors we transferred the HVIs to? They looked quite serious. You know, shady too. No insignias? No patches? Who are they, anyway?
There's no info on them from HQ, so clearly we shouldn't get involved in that shit. They might be linked to that specialist guy over at the lighthouse. Perhaps they're just an escort crew from outside the border. Our guys are stretched thin here, and either way, we can't trust them.
Makes you wonder how fast Terror Group would have been screwed up without us involved. Especially now, when even some of our own commanders are staying away from their orders.
Listen, watch your mouth. Any other situation, I'd have you deployed somewhere far worse, so shut up. Shut up!
Yes, sir.
Okay. They were just yapping about it by the looks of it. We'll eat and drink a little bit. If I remember correctly, did we open this one yet? We did. There's another tape here somewhere, I think.
To all USEC units. Blast killed our electronics. No comm with HQ. We have lost control of the facility. Evacuate through exfil 3 towards the port. Exfil 3. Expect enemy contact. Proceed with caution. Any non-USEC individuals are to be considered hostile. Defend yourselves. Use sound judgment.
Oh, what I don't know is if we are still taking all of this out. I think they changed that at some point. In the beginning we did, and then you already come into the game with a bunch of stuff that you might need later for hideout and so. That's why I'm picking them up, but I don't know if it's still a thing. Now this here is a CMS kit. Surgery kit, that is also changed over time. You can put them in your special slots now. Then you can do surgery from there. This thing is for heavy bleeds, so we'll put that there on 6. This thing is for breaks, so you can do the splints. Let's put the beer in here. And then here we have some heals, so we put that on 4. So we have heals to heal up. We can stop light bleeds with the bandage. We can stop heavy bleeds with the S-Mark tourniquet. If we have a break, we can fix it with a splint. We have a spare splint, so we can even fix 2 breaks. We have painkillers. Painkillers, they are draining your hydration very quickly. So if you use a lot of painkillers, make sure you have some water around. And we also have a beer on standby, potentially. That's something that we want to use. Okay, this one is full at least. These are not full. They dropped some max over here, but they're half empty. And they're also not great stuff here though. They're a bit of everything. Okay, let's put some green traces in here. Stop. Let's see what this mag is. Have they also messed this one up? Okay, so we filled this up with AP 6.3, which is the second best bullet for this caliber. But we'll do 20 or so. And then fill it up with PBP, which is 7 and 31, which is the best bullet for this caliber. So that's the number 1 and 2 here. Okay. Now we have second mag, 18. So we need to do 12 of these. We are stacking up the mags here. Which is not great. We basically have 2 mags. And then these we keep to refill. I don't need that mag then. Unless we can find another one. Oh, they're all empty. Those are the 2 that I threw in here. Put it on single fire, I guess. We don't have many around. We'll have some tuna and have a beer. I am gonna bring that toilet paper around in case we do keep the items, because that is something that we need to for one of our crafting stations. We have some spare heals as well. Don't know if we had them or not. Here's another one. Scrap bullets. Don't need that either. Gave it a break. I'm doing manual healing. You can put it in the menu on automatic healing that it constantly keeps healing until all your limbs are healed. So then you just press that number where you have attached it to. We didn't do this one. I think we can also do this one. There we go. You can just press A. 8 to do the surgery. I don't know if we get both of them though. Fix that arm first. Surgery on the other arm. I'm assuming they were shooting some shotguns because they blacked out both of our arms. And they did not give us a bleed, so it's not like that bleed spread it throughout your body or something. Get them all, I think. I am gonna also bring this along, because that's like actually gunsmith number 1. Also here. Always drink and eat everything you see. That brings up your metabolism very quickly. Okay, healing stim. So 25 in this one. Our armor is still fine. Do we need half masks? I don't know if it's still a thing. At some point. This is chocolate, this is emergency water, so basically again food and drinks here. In case you use these, we have some spares. BS, that's some good stuff. Don't need any of the others. We'll drink the hot rod to get some energy. They're all running around with shotguns here. Here you can... yeah, these are all buttons you have to obviously map. Some stuff happened here. They're over there somewhere. Trying to shoot me through the car. That's fine. we got them all. Okay, not great. Actually, it's good stuff. Now we could of course go around here, but we meanwhile learned a few things. There is a mine on that body here, so expect to be blown up if you go there, as you can see. We have a fracture, they say. We fixed the fracture. So yeah, as you can see, there are mines in the game. Now, what is not normal is that that you live. Mostly if you step on a mine, you die. What there is also, when you heal, as you can see on your body there on the left, there's a priority. It goes head and thorax first, because if those two black out, you're in serious trouble. Any of the other limbs, arms and legs, you can fix with surgery kits. Even the stomach you can fix. If your stomach blacks out, you are coughing like crazy though, so you will give away your position. So, but you can fix it. Head and thorax, if those goes black, you can't fix it. Which means you cannot take any damage anymore, you need to get out of quickly as possible. Okay. We do have some spare heals here on standby, potentially. And we also have a... let's take a painkiller. What do you guys have? Not much for exits. Peas is always good. That's good food because it also gives you a bit of energy. I'm picking up these health masks here because that's of course knowledge of the game. I know we need like 7 of them for a task. So if I can pick them up now, but I don't know if it's still a thing, to be honest. When they introduce 1.0, they you could keep everything what you picked up here in the tutorial mission, but I think they changed that afterwards. I think there are any tapes. What you also do with the tapes is if you do listen to them, then they will go into your inventory automatically. Even if you die, you will still have them. If you don't listen to them, then you're gonna have to go pick them up again. The same goes with if you find documents for the story. Quickly go through them, open them while you're in the raid, and then you will be able to find them later on. If not, you're gonna have to find them again. You're there or somewhere. We are getting a little bit more sway because we are already getting heavy. We're 28 kilograms. Also, always need to leave one space open so you can reload your magazine, because it's not automatically reloading that. What it's going to do, it's going to take out the magazine, it's going to put it here and then reload the other one. We got 8 minutes. Two minutes. It was not 8, it was 3. Still shouting somewhere. There used to be a LEDX here, wasn't it? Yeah, whatever, mate. Somewhere on this body used to be a LEDX, I think. Unless they removed it. Or maybe you can keep your loot then, but then they removed the LEDX. One minute to escape the tutorial. Objective complete. We completed the tutorial. Level 3, 5000 XP. And then we had a bunch of stuff with us. I just picked it up just to test it out. I don't know. We killed some scavs on the way, 12 to be exact. I don't know if level 4.5. Let's see what happens next. When they brought 1.0 back in November, when we did the tutorial, we kept everything that we looted in the tutorial, including the LEDX, but I think they later removed that LEDX. So maybe you still keep everything, but then you can't find the good stuff anymore. Welcome to PvE. Okay. A bunch of crap. Okay, we need to talk to some people apparently, and then we have the handbook. You click some numbers. Apparently we saw these things somewhere in live. I didn't want to believe it. Yeah, that's how you do it, right? If you find one of these notes here, you just click on this thing here. And then you click on the big thing on the bottom corner, and then it will just, instead of trying to figure out what is actually written there or half the time it is in Russian. So this is like the translation if you click on that icon. I didn't want to believe it, but they told us I was shutting myself up from the truth because I was too foolish. But now I see it too. Now everyone sees. Only the blind will not accept the truth. Only a fool will continue deceiving themselves. They have revealed the blue fire to the world, which means the old world doesn't have much left. So this was a note which probably was under the one of the things that we found. Same here. This was a map that was somewhere on one of these items that we picked up. So it shows you, tells you exfil 1, exfil 2, exfil 3. Mira Avenue is clear, exit there. So that's what we did. That's where we exited. And this one. Commander already chewed you out for no weapon maintenance, but seriously, use your head. If your gun jams, that's it. You're fucking dead. Stop being a dumbass and start taking proper care of your weapon. That's probably that gun that we found because we had to inspect it and fix it because it was actually jammed. So what you want to do there is put inspect the gun. I have inspect gun pressing K and then double tap K to fix it. You can put it on another letter, of course, that you want. You could also put it on continuous and release. That also works. You want to first inspect the gun, and then you want to fix the jam. You want to put that, whatever you put it on, you want to put it on the same button, right? One you put on either continuous and the other one on release, or you put one on single tap and then the other one on double click. That also works. In my case, I have it on single and double click. And then we have apparently also this whole thing. This is sort of a script from what was happening in the whole cutscene that we started, I think. Some more information here. The Zavatsky gang is mentioned here, which is Rashala, which is the boss on one of the maps, with all of his guards. And they all called, the guards are all called Zavatskoy. They're all brothers. So if you ever get killed and customed by Zavatskoy, then you know the boss is around because that's one of his guards. So that's that, and then we had the audio tapes. You do have the audio tapes. You can play them again if you want. But if you just pick them up and you don't listen to them, they do not show up here in case you die. If you listen to them in game, they do show up here. So then you can listen to them again if you want. That's the two that we found in the tutorial mission. Now I don't know if they're that important, because for instance on my main character, on my PvP character, I did not pick up that first one on that dead body. I didn't even know it was there. I picked up the one on the table, I listened to that, and then I walked out and shot some of the Scav there, and I escaped, but I did not check everything thoroughly. So, because I know some of the other story missions, you have to find all these items because at the end, depending on which way you choose to escape, because there are several ways to holy moly. Okay, now of course, because we have the highest edition, this is all the incoming package, as you can see. So we'll have a look in that in a second when we are back. So we have one story mission showing up. It's called The Tour, and we need to talk to Ragman and we need to talk to Therapist, which are two of our traders. Other than that, we don't have anything yet. And then achievements, obviously, we have 0. As I say, it's completely new character. There are also 79 achievements here in PvE. Earlier you saw on my PvP character, there are 110. That has to do with events and so, which very often only happen on PvP. And of course here we have no numbers here, except for this account is just created, the PvE one. The top one will always be how long you have the game, basically. How much you played throughout every single wipe. Clothing wise, I don't think there's much we can do without having to unlock all that stuff. Or can we? Because in that case I would wear darker stuff. Like this is the Cultist jacket, that it comes because you have the highest edition. There are a few things available, which apparently we can choose. That's for whenever it's winter, you can do the white one. I think I'm just going to go for dark. I'm not a fan of these green camouflage ones. And the blue pants as well. Okay. Apparently we can all we can put all those things on. There are other clothings available. You can win some clothing in arena with the battle pass. You can win. You can also buy some clothing in the store. There will be another tab whenever the July update comes in. There will be another tab where the store will be available here that you can directly buy in game, that you don't have to go to the website every time. So that's something that they will add with the upcoming update. Okay. And this is all the gear that we have sitting in here. And that is mainly, this is our starters gear. Wonderful. Okay. And then we have back end error. Okay. Also good. We spent too much time in that menu probably. Oh, we do start with Athletics and a GPU. Found in rate. Holy moly. But they made a mess of it though. Okay, there is some sort of auto sort button. Yep. Okay, that's better. We click the auto sort button, now it auto sorts everything. And then we have this thing to deal with. The backpacks, they can go into each other. So that's already, that's only 2 apparently. Of these day packs. Okay, great. Or is there something in here? How does that work? Oh, it's like this. Okay. Here we're probably gonna put some things in that we need for quests. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click and then click on the pin. So now that thing is pinned. Or you can also lock it and then you can't move it anymore. What's the difference between pin and locked? if you pin it and you need it for a quest or something, it's still going to use it. If you lock it, it will not ever use it unless you unlock it. That's the difference between pinned and moved. I want another one of those. So if we can find one of these guys here. This is already... Let's have a look. This is a level 4 armor. This is a level 3, so this we'll use this one first. A couple of rigs. Some more rigs, some more rigs. This is also a level 4, I think. Oh, it is. It's also very heavy, that one. And these are some armors. They're also level 4. And then we have some level 2 crap. So we're just sorting it as we go. The case is going to go to the top. You also have a sorting table where you could just put things in like that. And then they are out of the way, or at least for now. You can even make them wider if you want. There we go. Boom. Now we have some headsets. This is already decent stuff. This is okay-ish. This is okay-ish. We have some helmets. This one has 30 points. These have they have more points, but as you can see, they're blueberries. The bayonet we will take out. This knife here is specifically for buying the highest edition. So we probably put that thing on there until we find a knife or something. You can break windows with that thing or so, potentially. Like the fuel over here. That's one of those things that we will put in here because we're going to use it anyway in our hideout. Generator needs fuel to keep running, so beginning we're not going to let that run a lot, but we'll put that in here for now. Whiskey, don't need that immediately, nor do we need to have these stupid things. That goes definitely in there. Where did you go with our LEDX? Here. That also goes in here. Yeah, there are some things that you definitely want to, and what you do here is you pin that. You pin that within the box, then it will never go away there. And then we're gonna have to figure out what is going on. We have an unhurt armband. Okay, boom, let's put that on. We have some half masks, but they're not found in raid, so it did not... Just gave us some stuff that you could find in the tutorial, I think, because there you can find the LEDX, you can find the GPU in that tutorial. So what I think they did is they removed it from the tutorial and then just gave it to us in the stash, apparently. Okay, we'll sort out this later. What's the best ammo we have? Is M80s by the looks of it. $762.51. That's all ammo that we have. There is some in the magazines, of course, but... And then we have 5.56. Some 8.56A1, that's better than the 5.5. The ones, like in this case, I have two boxes open, right? But the one which is highlighted, and you control click on any item, then it goes in there. And now what else do we have? Some shotgun ammo. And then of course a bunch of 919. FMJ 882. They will also stack them. They did increase that. Also recently, they increased the stacks of ammo as well. It used to be 50, I think. Now you can stack them to 100. These used to be 60. They are still 60. These used to be 40. They are now 80. So you can stack a little bit more. And then we have some over here, which is MP7 stuff by the looks of it. We're gonna have to unload all these mags at some point. Do we have a magazine grenade case? I don't think so. We still need some room. Because I want that scav thing. Okay, gonna have to put our grenades in here for now. Especially the M67s I want to keep. Because at some point we're gonna get a quest where we have to turn some things in. And Proper is not gonna be happy, and then he wants a barter trade with M67s. Okay, now we can do the 4x4, so this thing can go here, and now we are locking that in there. Weapon crates we will lock there, and ammo crate we will lock there. Boom. And now we can auto sort as much as we want. That thing will always be on top. And now we're gonna put some things next to there, like money. We have 1 million rubles, 500 euros, and 1000 SD. Euros is the one that you use the least, so we're going to put that there, followed by USD, and then rubles, which is your main. Also here, this is what they call on the website the base gear or the unhurt gear, or also the money is part of that. Unhurt starts with 1 million rubles, but I think in a standard it's only 500,000 rubles, if I'm not mistaken. So that's also part of that kit, as they call that. We need to put some other stuff in here that it fills up those gaps. The Grizzly, for instance, would not be a bad choice. That is a healing. It heals everything, it fixes everything. The first 5 levels you don't have to pay for healing. When you come out of a raid, let's say you die, because that's, you don't have to pay. But it also, if you use this, instead of paying to a therapist, when you die and you come out of a raid, instead of paying to her for your heals, you can right click on the Grizzly and heal from that thing, and that helps your healing skill go up quicker. And that's what you kind of want, because that also means that when you do heal in raid, the higher skill you have, the faster it goes. Kind of important. Other than that, we're gonna have to sort out all this lot here, obviously. And there are some things which we are just completely gonna sell. If you shift click things, then they go to the sorting table. That is if you click the right thing, of course. So that's how you can get things quickly into the sorting table. Like these things, I am just gonna sell. The whiskey I don't need immediately either. We will see what we do need. The bayonet I'm also gonna sell. Don't need that. This thing we can't sell, so I'm just gonna put that in the box somewhere. I can't even put it in the box anymore. Okay, great. Now we'll just put it there. I don't think you can sell it. It's a tactical knife you get for having the highest edition, which is limited, and I think you can't even sell, or I think you can only delete it probably if you don't want it. We'll see where we'd put those things later on. I don't need those flash grenades either. We will sell those as well. We do keep these boys here. Especially the M67s. We need to get 5 more actually. Because proper needs 10 at some point. Yeah, now we have a bunch of stuff sitting in here, as you can see. Like this, that scope can go in there. 553, I keep that scope because I think it's one of those quest scopes that at some point we have to use. I'm not 100% sure though. Any other loose gear that they gave us? Yeah, this unhurting here. Another one of those. Yeah, it can't. That's that radio thing, also part of the unhurting. The only thing it does, I think you can call your friends if you're playing in PvE or something, that they can join you or something like that. I don't know. That you can put in here, so let's do that. Boom. Put the, we lock the GPU, we will lock the LEDX. That must be also an unhurting though, that you get that founding rate LEDX, which is something you need to get your med station up. It's not that easy to find. So the fact that we get one, we do want it locked, not pinned. And the GPU we need later for our Bitcoin farm. So that goes in there. No, we just need to put something there. These stupid armbands. As far as I know, I don't even know whether this is something. Armband, head high protection. Armband, loot. Player. Armband. So it's, I don't know. It's from some drops or something, I think. They gave us these 3 armbands. I don't think you can even buy them from the traders, so maybe you need them. I don't know. That's something I don't know. Can they go in there? They can't. So they're gonna take some stupid space in our stash. Like, what the hell is this thing? SR25 is good, but that scope, probably not. What we get here? It seems to be already a little bit better. That's a Smith & Bender, I think. Rip stop, do we need that at some point? I don't know why. Do you need a fleece to mop the floor at some point in the hideout? No, they can go as well. I'm just sorting it out, what do I need, what I don't need. That is always a bit of a thing, but I like to keep things organized from the beginning, so we're just taking the time here to sort this out before we do anything. Because we don't have any cases and it will take a while before we can get our hands on cases, so we want to definitely make sure that we do not throw away things we don't need. And sell the things we do not need. Put on that one for now. That's the armor. Probably run around with some packets first. First couple of raids, we'll run around with the level 2 stuff. We'll probably sell that level. We'll see. We'll see how easy it is, because I know some of these PvP guys, the PvE players, they so-called players bots, they actually have some decent stuff with them, so might not be hard to find level 4 armor or something in PvE. Okay. I think that's it from the loose stuff that we, yeah, okay. So that's gonna go in here. Scopes, which we might need later on, we put in there, and some other stuff as well. Grenades, we'll deal with that later. We'll put a painkiller there for now, so to fill up that gap, so that when we auto sort, that it never stops up there. Once we have a bit more than 1 million, oh yeah, that's what we do. We'll put the other money there. Once we sell all this stuff, we will have more. And now we have to sort out all these magazines. Although I think they can also go in here, right? Yeah, that's potentially also an option, to put all these magazines in there for now. The thing is, they are filled, but they will probably filled with a bunch of everything. So we're gonna have to unload them and see what's going on. 855. Are they all 855? That's what you don't know, of course. They probably will be, but when you play as a bear, for instance, there are some which are filled with BT, some are filled with PS, some are filled with BS, and you can't see. Yeah, you can see if you do it like this, but then you need to know how the bullets look like. And then we have some MPX max, but there's nothing in it. MP7 max are full. So let's see what's in there. JSXP. That's a great stuff, okay. Yeah, these are completely empty. Giving us a bunch of empties. What's in here? M80, okay. Oh. That's a good stuff. The P-Max there, not so great though. Here these wide max, they're also not super. See what's in there. There's more M80. A lot of M80 here on the U6. We're sorting out things as we go, I think. I like this. I don't even want to run that MP7 with that ammo. Unless we can put some AP on top of it or something, maybe. We need to see if we can find any better 855. Yeah, like these 10 mags. Yeah, our problem is now probably gonna be $80. Yeah, we don't have Peacekeeper unlocked. That's gonna be our problem here now with USIC. Because if you're playing as a USIC, you're dealing a lot with Peacekeeper, and I do not have him unlocked yet. And he's the last one to unlock, I think. So that might actually be a problem here. I'm thinking future-wise, we might actually have to keep it. We might have to keep these max, because it might take a while before we actually get him. Filter by item. Oh, we cannot get this. It's Peacekeeper. It's Peacekeeper. We don't have the market available until we are level 15, so we cannot just buy them on the market or whatever. And we cannot unlock Peacekeeper until we're level something. Let's see. Once we have Peacekeeper, we will re-evaluate again. We'll see. We'll click those max in a second as well. To see if we can get them. Okay, I don't need so many. We MP7 max we will probably keep. Okay, what is this stuff? 56A1, okay. That's better stuff. Not good yet, but it's better than 8x5. So we can always run some 8x5 and then top it up on the top with like 5 or 10 856A1 or something like that is an option. And then the rest are pistol max by the looks of it. Yeah, these are max obviously for these guns. And then the guns of course are also full with... Yeah, it is a bunch of sorting out as usual. Surprise, surprise. Okay, we'll keep one row of those. P62s. 556. 762. This is 556 as well. But they have better ergo or so probably. Minus... yeah, this is minus 1.5 ergo, this is minus half point. So these are actually better. Okay. These are also better. Okay, that's that sorted. And now we have these mags here, but I need to check those. I think we can get those. If we can get them, then I sell them. That's simple explanation of it. I'm not a hoarder for magazines and all that thing, especially if you can buy them. We can buy them from a trader, then I just buy them. Pretty much. That's what that comes down to. Okay, so let's put that stuff over here, because we don't know what to do with that yet. Because I need to check some of these items. And then this stuff we need to check. Filter by item. We can get this from Jaeger. Okay. So once we unlock Jaeger, we might be able to get it. In other words, keep it for now. If you want to use the M700, because that's what those mags are. This is a mess. This is a mess, a mess, a mess. Okay. Spread that ammo a little bit. Stupid pistol max. We'll sell that one, I guess. Probably the same ammo. No. I know some people like to fill up their whole rows with ammo. I don't. See, we are spawning in our unhurting with an ammo box. I just put the ammo in there. That's how that works. And what are these even? MP5 max. Apparently we have some MP5 sitting somewhere with 20 round max. Great stuff. Okay. I know what I'm gonna do with those. MP5 goes brrrt, you know. Goes brrr very quickly. We know what that means. That means they're gonna fly out like crazy. You want at least some 30 round max. Preferably a 50. These 20 round max, yeah. They're not gonna do much. Okay, now, can we sell to these traders? Okay, I have to examine some keys. So apparently we have therapists around. We have him around as usual, the rip-off guy. Let's see if we can examine some of the special items. They are streamer items. Those are the ones you need to examine, or keys. So you can do that by checking him from time to time. Because you can't go on the market. Once you're level 15, you can go on the market and you can examine all those keys. Makes it easier to find them on the map. And let's see what he has to tell. Okay. That's that. Okay, that's not that great. I need that rig, and I need that backpack. We have some magazines for this thing. Okay, go back to the trader, and this time we'll double click that rig and see what he wants. Open it. He doesn't want anything. Open this one. He wants some stuff. That's that. Okay, who else do we have available? Therapist. Let's see what she wants. Nothing from this. Why doesn't she want whiskey? Just about to say. Okay. We'll sell it to him for now because he was the only one available. He's a rip-off guy though, but... not ideal to sell him, but I just want to get rid of it now. What are these? MPX Max? Oh, you're not getting those. You're getting the pistol max, that's what you're getting. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the MP5, but the problem is... I think our problem really is on this account is that we don't have Peacekeeper is the last trader that you unlock, sort of. If I'm not mistaken. Which is not great if you play as a USIC. I now realize. This is... I hate these stupid magazines, shit. Stupid MP5 max. These are the MP5 maxes. I'll put them in here for now, but just to get rid of them for now. Because they're gonna fill up all these small gaps, otherwise we'll keep the 2 slots magazines in our stash and then the other ones in here, because this is gonna be ridiculous. I'll probably use them quickly anyway. We'll probably run some pistols in the first raid. And then see how easy it is to get gear in here. Okay, so we got some stuff in here. We got some stuff in there. We got some stuff in there. And then all the ammo. Well, it's not all the ammo, but it's the ammo that was in the magazines. Okay, now what's the next thing? These stupid painkillers. They need to go. Why do they need to go? Because they take so much hydration out of your thing that you constantly need to drink. So I'm never going to use those. Ever. I'm usually a kind of guy, I'll take a painkiller if my guy is coughing after we got shot or something. I know you have to pre-med, but some people are... See somebody like someone G play, he eats 3 of these things in one raid and nothing happens in that raid. And then I think like, why are you dehydrating yourself for no reason? Just in case there is a guy behind the corner, you know? Pre-medding the whole time. I think it's a bit addictive to these things. Other than that... We need morphines, but they need to be found in raid, which is a status where you actually need to find things in the game while you're playing. And when you have something found in raid, then it has that white tick on it. That is found in raid. So it's giving me the MPX max here now, found in raid, probably because that's what we found in the tutorial. That's where they're sort of coming from. All the other magazines are not found in raid, you see, they don't have that white tick. And if you need to find items for quests, they're often, not always, but often they need to be found in raid. So like, I know Therapist, for instance, at some point, she needs 2 morphines, they need to be found in raid. Or 3 or whatever, or 4. So these will not count. Can't do anything with these unless use them for crafting to craft some other stims, potentially. That's what I'm going to sort out next, all the painkillers. So we have some augment and some Vaseline, that's painkillers. Morphines are also painkillers. And then these are also, but these are going. I'm selling those. And then we come to our heals. What's the best we have? Obviously the Grizzly, but... You could put the Grizzly in your secure container and run around with that. Then you don't need any other heals. That's an option. That is an option to put it here, especially in the beginning. You see you don't have much to run around with. That is an option. What you definitely want here is one of the CMS kits. Don't think we have a surgery kit. No. Surgery kit has 9 uses. The CMS kit has 3 uses. CMS takes, I think, 4 seconds. Maybe no, maybe a bit longer. 16 seconds, okay, but the surf kit takes 20 seconds. So surf kit takes longer, but the surf kit heals a little bit better as well. With a bit more HP points. But I'm not a fan of the surf kit because it takes so long. And I usually have a CMS with me. And what I usually have is a second one with me as well. So this one, you can't, special slots you cannot lose, and secure container you can never lose. So you can bring those along, even if you die, it's all fine. We'll see what we do with the rest. So I put, because we are still have to play the story, I'm obviously, I'm keeping the audio recorder with me. In case we find the tape, we can immediately play it. You could take this out, no problem. But then you're gonna have to listen when you are out, which means you have to extract with the audio tape to be able to listen to it. If you bring this thing along, especially when you're still playing through most of the story missions, then when you find an audio tape, you can play it in the raid. That might help you. And then next to that, we want to have a... Normally you bring like a green flare and a paracord over here, and then a CMS kit or a surf kit. Because green flare has our extractions are the way out. We don't have one, I think. Once we have Jaeger, I think it's Jaeger who sells them, then we can do that. So, painkillers, done. So yeah, my god, is this really? Is this what you get when you use sick? What are the Salewa kits and so? Bunch of crap. It's American, huh? American are the bad guys in this world. So if you play as a bear, you get like a couple of Salewa kits to start with. And now we have AFAX, I guess. Okay, we'll start with those, and those are the best then, because those are the 400ers. These IFAX are not so great. They have only 100 points less, but they only repair 50 at a time or something. Like for instance, if you like on the thorax or on the stomach, let's say your stomach is blacked out, you do a surgery kit on it, then you can fix it again. If you use an AFAC, it will fill up the whole bar, but if you use an IFAC, it will only fill up 50 points, and then you have to press it again to do the remaining 20. That's the problem with that thing. And of course, now my sorting table. Don't show anything if you have sorting table open. Where's our Vaseline? Stole our Vaseline, they put it there. Oh yeah, because I was showcasing that you could put your grizzly, which I am not going to do though. I'm gonna bring a spare search kit with me and a splint. Boom, one of those. So those are like 3-use splints, and then we have single splints, which I probably just sell. Yeah, I will just sell those. Might regret that later when we cannot buy them yet, but it is what it is. Those need to go. And then we bring in some extra heals, like that, and a tourniquet, like that. That's sort of what I usually bring along. Extra heals in case we run out the ones we will have sitting. Okay, I need that thing over there again. Magazines need to go in there. We'll put some heals on our body immediately. We'll just take a cheese for now. We'll take a normal bandage. And we'll take an S mark. The cheese will heal 100 points. And the bandage will stop a light bleed, and an S mark will stop a heavy bleed. So those are things you bring along. And then you could potentially bring a splint along if you want to at number 7. And then 8, you could put your surgery kit if you want. And then 9 and 10 you put water, or 9 and 0, and that's how you fill up that bar, right? Potentially. 1, 2, and 3 are your guns, obviously. For the shortcut slots, yeah, we're sorting out the meds here, that's what we're doing. So where were we? We're still doing this painkiller business, but we don't have many painkillers. Yeah, we did find some Propital and an SJ6. Oh, here. Propital are a better painkiller than morphine, so they can go there. They not only are they painkillers, but they also heal. Propital are also heal stims. So if your guy is coughing because he has a broken arm or something, you can use a splint to fix the break, and then if you press a propital, that's a painkiller, so it will stop coughing and it will at the same time heal your whole body. The propital. That's pretty good stuff. That's the only IPACs we have out here. Okay, so these are the 400ers, then we have the 300ers, and then we have a couple of hundreds. Nope. I'll take this one with us for now, because I see we also have 220ers. So these are our heals. Then we have the splints, 3 uses, single use. We'll keep a few because I don't think we can buy them immediately. And we have bandages with 2 uses and bandages with 1 use. And then sort of the same for the heavy bleeds. We have 3 use and 1 use devices. Do we have any cats or something? No. Okay. We don't have a med case, of course. So we're gonna have to put that somewhere in our stash for now, until we have a med case. So somewhere above the gear, I would say we'll do this, the heals. Where do we start? Surgery kits. We have an extra surgery kit. We only had 2 surgery kits? Okay. That's not great. Painkillers then. That's the thing we're not necessarily using as much. And then splints. And then the heavy bleeds. And then the light bleeds. And every time we go in, we will pick a few of these things up. And then of course some healing. Oh, the cheeses is not that great though, so you could potentially some more bandages. These painkillers will go. We could do this and then bring 2 cheeses along. That's also an option. We have some spare heals with us, some spare tourniquets with us. We have spare surgery kits and spare splits. If we break one leg, we can use this. If not, then we can use the other splint. So yeah, that's fine. You can also just do it like that. You can just go in with the one, that's also fine. Which leaves us 2 slots open here in case you find a 2-slot item. We have bigger pockets. That's also unhurt edition. If you have a standard, you only have 4 single slots instead of 6 here in your pockets. This is empty, so we're good to go, basically, except for whatever crap is that in there. So we'll take a helmet with us, a headset. Do we have ears? Do we have anything facial? We do. And some glasses. Okay. Sorting out this lot. Oh yeah, we're sort of, you know. It's the starting of our episodes. We're gonna do many episodes, so. But I like to sort it out immediately and deal with it. Okay, so those are the heals. Now we need food and drink. This is all the drinks we got, I think. And these are the foods, but they're not found in raid, so that's also... Okay, that's not great though. Oh, and now we have these half masks, but they're also not found in raid, so that needs to go as well. We need 7 found in raid, not shenanigans. Okay. And now guns. Let's put that in here for now, because otherwise it's going to drop it somewhere again if we close or click anything. There we go. We're almost done with the sorting business. You can put 7 backpacks inside each other, for those wondering. There used to be unlimited, but now they put a limit on it. You can only do 7 now for some reason. We only get 1 helmet, or unless we want to use the blueberry stuff. Great. So it's I don't know. I feel like gear-wise, here you get a level 4. I'm sort of trying to compare with the in my mind with the bear. Healing wise, you get a few AFACs. On the bear, you're gonna get Salewas instead of AFACs. So it's pretty similar, I guess. I think we get like 4 or 5 helmets on the bear if you start as a bear. And also different guns, of course, because these are American guns. If you play as a bear, you will get Russian games. You will get AKs and RPK-16 and things like that. Okay, what do we got here? So we have 762 PMAX. That's gotta be an MDR or something. Is that exactly what's in it? No, they're also StanMac. Okay, what do you have in there? 855. Okay. I'm gonna have to bring our ammo box up again. Do we only have 1 MDR? Apparently. Okay, MK16 then, I guess. What magazine do you run there? That's the battle mag. That's 856A1. Okay, that's better mags. Now where are the PMags coming in? Because this is a 556. It's the 762. Why do we have 762 then? SR25. Yeah, we want the good stuff down below somewhere. We first want to use the other crap. No, it's fine, it's fine. We can make them smaller, of course. You can take off the stock and you can take off the pistol grip and the magazine. And then you have this situation where you can sort of... This is how you normally do it, and then put it in the magazine case. You can also take off the suppressor. And that's as small as you're gonna get. But then you can fill up that magazine case with like 10 guns or something. I'm not gonna do that. I'm using the magazine case for magazines and attachments. Because otherwise your stash is one big mess. In this case, we might take up the suppressor to make it short so that it can fit in. Oh, we can also fold that one. That's also fine. That's also fine. Can we put the scope on that gun? That would be better, though. That's the question. If the ring fits, we can. We can find the rings, which I don't seem to be able to do. There we go. Now, I don't necessarily need that delta point, though. Oh, we can put it up just in case. MDR is fine. Now we have the MP0, what is in here? M80 probably. Okay. Now we have a couple of M4s. That's probably the first thing we'll use. We have course of M855. And what else do we have here? Not much by the looks of it. Yeah, the MP7 the MPX we found in the AP 6.3 though. That's the good stuff, but only 30 bullets of those, of course. And all the other MPX mags were empty. Great stuff. They also give us something. This is probably the things we are using the first. MP7, MP5. What's in here? AP? No. No, 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 no. Just some JSXP, which is not that super great. We can fold that one and then put the MP5 there with our wonderful 20 round mags. Even these pistols are not filled up. Oh, we get 2 MP5s at least. We probably need to keep those and hopefully find some of the parts too, because one of the early gunsmiths is an MP5, which we cannot get if we cannot get our hands on the Peacekeeper business. What do we got here? A shotgun. And now we have this thing here. And that's all guns we have. Feels like we have more guns on the bear guy. And then with that magazine, that's not great though. That gives you a kick from here to Tokyo. Okay. I think we are sorted. Give or take that we probably will run pistols the first. We'll fill up our gaps. We got some stuff, we got some money, we got the gear, magazines and guns. This crap needs to go. Whoever needs it, whoever wants it, can have it. We got some boom booms, we got food and drinks, we got heals, we got some gear to run through, and then over here we're keeping what we know that we will need, like the fuel we need for the generator, the fleece we need to mop the floor before we break the wall into the gym. We need a couple of fleeces, 3 or 4 or 5, to mop the floor, so we will keep those for that. That is all game knowledge that you have, not as a new player of course. And the backpacks, we'll just use them as we go. So in theory we could go in with this, a gun, a couple of mags. It is PvE, you're gonna run into more things, you probably need more mags though, now that I think of it. Or we try to kill one of these AI PMCs and then pick up his gear and gun. You're probably gonna have to switch a lot. I think that's the difference with PvP. PvP you don't need that many bullets. In PvE you run in, especially if you stay a bit too long in a certain area, the scavs keep respawning and then you definitely need a lot of gear. So there's definitely something going on with that. Okay. Handbook, just click on that number. You don't have to open that book and go through everything again. If you see a green number above handbook, just click on it and then it goes away. Unless you find one of these story notes or audio tapes, then you have to go in and actually, like we just did earlier, read them and listen to the audio tapes if you haven't yet. But That's why I bring the recording device in case we find audio tapes that we can immediately listen to them. So that's that. And then the other green thing is there's some survey. Surveys focused on the hideout and its role in character progression. We can do a survey if we want to. We'll do that later. We clicked on it, we know it's there. It's the green thing is gone. So that's that. Which brings us to the task, which we have non-operational at the moment. Those are daily tasks or weekly tasks. They only show up once you are level 5. We are level 3 at the moment. Although when we extracted there from the tutorial, you saw the bar go up to 4.5. I don't think that actually counts, that XP progression. Because we're still on 3. We haven't done a raid thread officially, we just did the tutorial thing. We have to go back to that map though. But we first have to do some talking, because if we look in the tasks story missions, we are told to talk to Ragman and to talk to Therapist. How do you do that? You go into your character, you go into trading, and you see these traders. And that's why they give you a Therapist and then you have Fence, he's the black market guy, right? Proper mostly deals in Russian stuff, AKs and so you can get from him. Therapist, as you can see, she deals in heals and you can get some food from her. Barter trade mostly. So if you click on that, you see you need a syringe to get a food. Water you can buy, or you can barter trade for one of these HCOs. You can also click on the double arrows, then it only shows you the barter items. That's an option. You have a few filters here in every of these menus. And then you can see like, okay, what do I need? Okay, if I find one of these, I can get that. If I find some emergency water, I can get that. I need a handbag to get that. So that's always, especially in the beginning, you cannot just buy everything. You want to check, like here, screws, pick them up every time. You need them anyway for your hideout, but pick them up every time because you can get 3 use tourniquets from it for heavy bleeds. Because it takes a while before you can actually buy those. You can buy the single use ones, they're not that expensive, 3,000 rubles. Bandage, you can buy the single use one, not the other one. But yeah, there are some things available, like this is not a great one. 2 toothpaste, they are not that easy to find, as you will see, because we have to do a hideout as well. That's a problem already. We're looking for a tank battery, 2 Wheeler Z wallets, and 2 Gingy keychains to get a case for keys. Now, those are streamers items which you also need for your collector quest at the end. So finding, they are not that easy to find, but we'll see. And then that big box that we have over there is normally 1.1 million, as you can see. We could potentially buy a second one. Now we have 2 sitting, but then we're almost broke. You always need to be a bit careful in the beginning. I don't know how wild the market is in PvE, probably pretty wild. It's already wild in PvP, but in PvE, where you die less, where you can do insurance, you always get your gear back most of the time. It's not so great. So the prices will go wild in PvE once we have markets. You unlock the market at level 15, but then you can't do much. You can buy some food, some drinks, whatever, and then level 20, you can buy maybe a few meds. But then like the good stuff like the stims and so, it's like level 35 or level 40 before you can actually buy those on the flea market. That's sort of everything sorted, everything introduction that we could do, as much as we can explain, other than the fact, of course, you have your settings. You have to go through that yourself. I don't have any of this crap on here in the first menu except for malfunction notifications. When your when your gun jams, you want to know about it. But all the other stuff, yeah, that's all. Doesn't matter. Head bobbing, you definitely want to put down, and FOV is personal. I have it on 70. Some people have it on. It is vertical FOV, so 70 is about 100 something. 65 is 90, I think. 90 horizontal. 70 is about 100. Usually we play with 100, 105 in some other shooter games, so that's why I've been on 70. But it's personal. If you max it out, it's 75. That's like 120 horizontal. And then the graphics, whatever your system can run. We're playing in 2K. I have a bunch of crap on low, especially all these things with shallows and so it don't matter. But here I need to look at though, because have they changed it again? Texture quality high. I thought we had it on medium and then or this on TAA high. Yeah, you need to play around with it a little bit. It's TAA plus high, or you put this thing on medium and then you make it TAA high. That is possible. All the other crap I have off. DLSS usually costs you frames in this game, so I don't play with it. I have a lot of this stuff up here. This is reflections. Cost you. I have it on medium. Just it's like water reflections and so on the river. You could put that potential. It doesn't. It says it costs a lot, but it doesn't cost a lot. Low latency on. Sharpness, I have it on 1.0. If you want a sharper, you can mess around with this. This is personal use. All this crap here, put it off. Street of Tarkov, you want to put the low texture resolution on because I don't know what they did with that map, but even with my system, I was getting 70-80 FPS. My system, I say, because I don't have the latest. I don't have a 5080 or 5090 or whatever. I have a 2080 Ti with 64 gigs of RAM. So I have put it on now, but even with that system, I was getting 70-80 FPS on Streets, which was the worst optimized map. It's also the biggest map. But then whenever they brought 1.0, they messed with that thing. They said they optimized it, but I think they optimized it in the wrong direction because now we're getting 50-60 on the open and inside buildings sometimes 35-40. Could be maybe building related that there is a bug, I don't know. But it's an all map, it's less custom. I used to get like 80-90, sometimes over 100 with the older system. Now it is like 70 at best in the open areas. So that's another map they messed with. I messed with all of these maps. On other maps like Factory, it's fine. You get a bunch of FPS, but and then PostFX also here is personal. These are the settings that I'm using at the moment. They have removed some options here because people were messing around with that. So they just, instead of fixing that for now, temporarily, they moved it. Yeah, it was like saturation and so we had saturation sliders and things and they're all gone now. Just brightness, clarity, and then sharpness stuff. The rest they removed. There used to be more sliders here. And then sound also here is personal. If you want to enable the VoIP, make sure that you... if you enable VoIP here, make sure that you have VoIP on push to talk. Because otherwise, whatever you speak, people can hear in the game. So if you enable VoIP here, then you make sure that in controls, that you map a key to push to talk somewhere. Whatever it is, as you can see, there are 1,001 options to get things going in this game, right? You have your moving, but you can lean, you can slow lean, you can smooth lean. There are different keys with Alt, and I don't like using Alt and so I'm usually not leaning, which the risk of, then you have to sidestep to see the enemy, then of course you should show more of your body, risk of getting shot of course. I don't like using Alt and Control when I'm in a shooter game. Nor do I use Shift. I don't use Shift to sprint, I have sprint on E. E continues, so if I hold down E then I'm sprinting. If I let it go then I'm just walking. W and E make sense to me. W walk, the E next to it makes sense that that's sprint. But by default the E is a lean key or something. Jump I have on press the spacebar. And then the vaulting I have on hold V. Because if you press V, that doesn't always work. So I have it on hold the V button, continuous. But that's the thing with this, is you can map button in 4 different things. You can press it, which is a single click. You can double click. You can hold it, which is continuous. And you can put it also on release when you let the key go. And that's why you can put things on the release potentially. But if you, let me see if I can find it. That's kind of important. Yeah, here, this one here. Inspect current weapon. Whatever you put in here, put that thing on press. Press it to inspect the weapon. And then over here. Where is it? Am I past it already? Yeah, over here. Check chamber fix malfunction. You want to put that on the same button. So that you only have to press one button, right? So what I do is I press to check my weapon. And I double click it to then fix the malfunction. Some people have it on what you can also do. That's also an option. Inspect the weapon, you put this on continuous. And then you do the fix the malfunction, you put on release. That also works. But then sometimes it still didn't want to fix it, so that's why I have it on press and double click now. But you could put it here on continuous if you want, and then you do the other one on release. The first option here. I have it on press to like we just did it in that tutorial. We picked up that MPX. That thing is always jammed, and then it tells you to do that. So you press K to inspect your weapon. You double click K to. Now I have it on K. Some people have it on J or on L or whatever whatever you put in there. I have made some changes in here. I don't have everything on default. Like for instance, the pistol I also have on 3. I don't have it on 1, so that's also something that I changed. Because I think by default the pistol was 1, and then your main gun was 2, and then the gun on your back was 3. So I changed that to main gun 1, gun on the back 2, and pistol 3. Things like that. And then you have you have flashlights on. But then they brought in something. What was it again? Yeah, tactical device activation mode, and so they added over time. And because back in the day we could just press T, and then if I double click T, then you press T to put on the flashlight, and if you double click T, then it switches the mode to the laser device or something. You can't do that anymore now because they added something which you cannot unmap. Yeah, like this one here, right? Toggle tactical devices, and you can't change this anymore. So you cannot put it on click or double click anymore, and that's a problem, which means that you cannot. So now I have to press it to activate it. I press T, and then if I want to switch it between the laser, I have to press Y now to switch it. That used to be it used to be click T and double click T, but I can't do that anymore because they changed something, and then T is something else now. I can't remember what it is, with some stupid thing that. Tactical, yeah, it's something with like the helmet lights or something that they mapped automatically on it, and you can't change it. That's something that they added over time, and then then you might have to change your controls, obviously. Go over them, I would say. It's like it's no point in showing you mine because it might not work for you, or the other way around, right? So that's all the settings done. That's on the cogwheel here on the bottom, and then. That is it for the introduction of it. So now it's a matter of unlocking some things, and our first thing we need to do is task-wise. We need to talk to a therapist, and we need to talk to. So how you do that? You click on therapist, and then you have the visit on the top there. Let's see what they have to say.
Так, эта поставка задерживается. Здравствуйте, я вас не заметила.
And of course, they're rushing. The shipment is delayed, and here we go. Hello. Our guys were given your contact in case of emergency. I need to reach the evacuation point at the port. Can you help me with this?
Вы правильно сделали, что обратились ко мне. Но я не смогу провести вас через весь
However,
город.
she cannot guide
В
us, blah blah
Таркове ни
blah.
у кого нет полного контроля над территорией.
No one in Tarkov. Okay. Well, if you can't help us then, what can you do for me?
Я знаю людей, которые могли бы показать вам безопасные маршруты в
She
городских
knows people.
кварталах.
So
Но
she's
вы
gonna bring us
должны
in
понимать,
contact with
что
the
на
other traders.
удержание этих проходов уходит немало ресурсов.
But of course, she wants money or something. So I'll have to pay you on these routes. Okay. What's going on? What do you want?
Мы пользуемся этими маршрутами для вывода гражданских, поэтому не экономим на
Of course, they're Russian, they can be
безопасности.
bribed. We got a chapter completion thing. So as soon as we talked about money. Okay, she wants 250,000 rubles. I believe that is to unlock streets, I think. We just sold a bunch of crap. So we'll hand
Я
over the
рада, что вам оказалась
250,000 to her.
небезразлична судьба мирных жителей, с трудом выживающих в городских кварталах. Вы сделали правильный выбор.
I heard you used, yeah, you can do some small talk with her if you want. It's none of your business or something. I think she answers if you answer this. So you asked, do you get any jobs for me?
Давайте посмотрим. Может, найдется что-то для вас.
There we go. Okay. She gives us the first side mission, which is the first in line. Tells us to go to ground zero. And we have to locate the Emercom station on ground zero, which is one of the extracts. And we need to hand over 3 found in raid items from the medical device. Although we have a bunch of meds in our stash, they are not found in raid. So we need to find them in the raid. And she has trading. We already saw that earlier, that she has trading available. So this joke costed us 250,000. Anything else for sale?
Но учтите, что медикаменты возврату не подлежат.
And now she's going to change the menu. Okay. We already knew that. Gotta go.
До свидания, молодой человек.
That's for that, yeah. So she just costed us some money. So we'll sell all this crap that we still have sitting in here. We also have a message from therapist. This is because we unlocked the first quest. This is the whole explanation that she's telling you why this is happening. You can read that, of course, if you want to go by lore. I also have a bunch of promo codes sitting in here. I don't know what they are. I did not activate anything, so we'll check in a second what these are. I apparently we activated some. There were a drops event a few weeks ago, and apparently, although we reset our account, yeah, we never came to PvE to collect these things. So we'll see in a second what these are, because that's gonna be something again. Apparently 1, 2, 3, 4 by the looks of it. Great. Which means that's going to be more stuff that we need to get rid of. Maybe we should do that actually first, because... yeah, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. Okay. 856A1. Another grizzly. Okay, we're gonna have to sort this into here. Sorting is already a bit better, so let's put that there. Oh, we have an extra helmet at least. Some extra shades. And then they gave us another M4 with no ammo. Another rig. Level 5 armor. GG. Another backpack, which probably does not fit in this one, would surprise me. They do. Okay, that's good. That means we can put it down here. the max they're gonna go. I'm gonna have to talk to Vince again. I think I'm gonna sell that whole. We're gonna keep this. Gonna keep this. Where's the box sets? I'm gonna keep these things because we need these 10 things at some point in time. I'm also keeping those for that reason, I think. We do need a laser at some point. I don't need these actually. And what else do we have here? Reflex sights. What is the range on that thing? Non-existent. That's one of these annoying ones. No, I'm just gonna sell that thing as it is, I think. We'll keep the pistol grip. That's a Magpul one, that's pretty good. Okay. The rest is gonna go. Keep these things, we need them at some point. Scopes, pistol grips. Let's try to make some, and here suppressors and things. Do we even have room for this shit? Okay, that goes there. Yeah, we are going to sell this for sure. We will keep the meds. Might also sell that rig though. These are better, as you can see. Same space, and they only take 12 slots instead of 16. These are not good rigs here that they gave us here. Probably gonna sell a crap of those as well. Moving things aside to keep a little bit of stash things. Okay, fence. We have no other trader unlocked which buys guns at the moment. So we're just selling to him for now. Okay, let's see what the next thing is. Holy moly. Okay. We do have a gap there. $1,000. Okay, don't want to do that. Here we are again. Painkillers sold. We might actually need. That can go in there. That still can go. What is this? Meldonin. It's not found in rate. I don't. It's not found in rate. That's no good. We'll keep the Wi-Fi camera though. We have room for it. We don't. Okay, some good stuff here. Real good stuff. 7 and 31, that's the best. So we have like number 1 and number 2 for 919, and then number 4, I think. And then we have some AP, 45 ACP. Oh. Okay, I am going to keep this one because this is a gunsmith one. I don't need that mag, but we do need that handguard. We do have the sound suppressor. And we do have that 3-rail mount. So the only thing we need is a 50 round mag, and that will be gunsmith number 3. So we need a 50 round drum mag for this, and then this is Sting, which is, of course, this is not something, normally you have to find these things. Or you have to get Peacekeeper to level 2 to get access to some of these items here, which are on this gun already. This is the handguard. This is the suppressor with the 3-rail mount on it. So those are the suppressor, the handguard, and I'm assuming we also have the receiver. See, the whole thing is an SD. No, it's not actually. Yeah, it is the SD Apple receiver. So we just need to keep this. Do we have room in our magazine case? If not, I put it in the backpack. We do have room on it. So we are definitely going to put that thing in here. If we can find a 50 round drum mag, then this is gunsmith number 3 complete. So we're definitely doing that. And I also might keep, where are our 2 round magazines? We have a 30 round for the MP5 as well. We have an MP5 sitting in here. We have 2 actually. So now at least have a 30 round mag now. And now we have some vodka, we'll sell that. Lab access keycard is not found in raids. That being said, we'll keep those, because we do need to go to labs at some point. We need to go to labs to complete the tour of visiting all the maps. Then we need that lab access keycard. Okie do. We'll keep it there with the thingy things. Marin key is also pretty good. Vodka. Is there any world we need vodka? No, don't think so. So this is sell, sell, sell. We have nothing else. Okay, next. This is found in Raid Whiskey. That's a different story. Found in Raid Whiskey, we might actually keep. Pineapple juice, we might also actually keep, because we need drinks, obviously. Vodka is not found in Raid, I'm not keeping that. And now we have another one. What is that even? Christmas balls, wonderful. That's very handy if you have a Christmas tree around in December, but kinda when it's 37 degrees outside in summer like it is now, Christmas balls don't make much sense, eh? But hey, yeah, it's apparently there were some drops. Who is this guy here? EV Vistas, Elvis Vista. As far as I know, we do not need that guy for any of the tasks. That's one of these things. Can we even keep that thing anywhere? Oh, it just goes in here. Okay, then we'll keep them there. But yeah, we're gonna have this box full in no time. Usually we end up with 4 or 5 of these, and the rest can go. We'll sell it to him for now. Access the secret Terra Group facility and talk to Ragman. Yeah, we'll talk to Ragman in a second. What does she want us to do? Access the secret Terra Group facility. Locate the entrance to the facility on Factory. Locate the entrance to the facility on Streets. The Terra Group facility. Obtain a keycard or access code to enter the facility. Okay, oh yeah, okay. So she wants us to go to the Terra Group facility is Labs. It's the Labs map. But we got an access keycard, so we could go there, and the way to get there, if you don't have direct access, is to go to Factory and then use the transit, or go to Streets and use the transit. And we have access to Street normally, because we just paid her $250,000 for it. Yes, we have unlocked Streets because we paid her 250,000 rubles. So she unlocked Streets on us, the rest of the maps are still locked. And we have interchange, well, we don't have it yet because we still need to talk to Ragman, but he will give us access to interchange.
Заходи.
What's up, mate? Our guys were told you could help us.
Обижаешь, Ахпер. У барахольщика ты все найдешь, что нужно. Хочешь броники, хочешь реально модный шмот, тебе подберем. Но ты же не просто так зашел, а?
I need to get to the port, but I don't know that area.
Эвакуироваться собрался, да? Много кто там выйти пытался. Но зашел ты правильно. Я тебя и с нужными людьми сведу, и дорогу покажу. Сделай только кое-что для меня сначала.
Obviously, we are not going to escape from Tarkov anytime soon, so these guys are gonna send us from one trader to the other and back and forth the whole time. Okay, what do you need, mate?
В лесочке рядом с Ультрой какой-то кипиш начался. Вроде даже техника была. Короче, надо проверить эти места. Свои все у меня уже заняты работой. Так что ты вовремя объявился.
Got anything more serious? I didn't train for this kind of work.
Больно ты шустрый, брат. Если инфу достанешь, так и покруче работу тебе найдем. Так что возвращайся, как осмотришься.
You've always been in trade. Okay, you get some small stock with him. You can see what trades he has, but we already saw. We got any work for me?
Прости, брат, сейчас ничего нет.
Nothing right now. Of course not, because he only gives you quests from level 17 on, I think. Okay, gotta go, mate.
Ага. На связи тогда.
До свидания. Which is Russian for see you later, alligator. What we did do by talking to him is complete another storyline of some sort. So he wants us to survive and extract from interchange or visit interchange 3 times. So if we can extract, if we die, we have to go 3 times. That's a new one. Can't remember that being a thing. So we can explore a little bit. Interchange is the shopping mall, but you can explore. You can just stay outside. Now, what does survive mean? That means that you have to extract with some circumstances. Either you have to wait more than 7 minutes to make it survive. If you cannot just run out to an extraction, even if you know where they are, because then it will be a run through. That's not count as a survive. So it needs to be 7 minutes or more. If you don't want to shoot anything and you just want to run to an extraction, then you need to wait 7 minutes in a bush or whatever. Or you're gonna have to kill and loot. If you headshot a scav and loot him, you should have enough XP. If you shoot 2 scavs, let's say in the thorax, and kill them, that's also good, as you loot them. So it's like, it's 1 headshot plus loot the body, so that you have the looting XP as well. 1 headshot and looting bodies, or just make sure that you kill 2 scavs with a headshot or something. Then you have to make sure that you have enough XP. Then you can leave earlier. If you can't see any scavs or whatsoever, yeah, then you have to just play the race 7 minutes. Depends a bit where you spawn, but there are some spawns available. Like in this map, if you take your time, you walk from one side to the other, it probably takes 7 minutes. So. If we survive, if you survive and extract, then the quest is done. Then you have to talk to him again, and then he will probably send you to another trader. And that's how you basically unlock all these maps. Now that with 1.0 being out, that's how they did it. So we could, in theory, go in. We have 2 options. We can actually go to labs as well. I don't think we even have to survive that one, do we? Let me have a look. No. We just have to exit the labs map. For Therapist and for Ragman, we need to survive and extract for interchange, or visit it 3 times in case we die. That's something they added, I think, or is that a PvE thing? Because I can't remember visiting it 3 times in PvP. In PvP, you had to extract. Survive and extract was it in PvP. So that, or visit 3 times, I have a feeling that is a PvE thing. Or they changed the map over time. Possible. Side missions. This is not great for Ground Zero yet. Ground Zero is the first map, that's where we did the tutorial, so that's why we unlocked that map. But it's not super though. But we'll check it, double check it. Let's click on, you can also click on the trader and tick on task, then you will see the tasks which are available for him. Which is not. Now, this is some sort of event which is going at the moment. And that has to do with fence and playing a scav on woods, and that's why he has tasks, because normally there will not be any tasks from him until you're level 5 at, or no, daily fence, I think it's 10 or 15 or something. Before you get daily fence quests, then you can play as a scav. Can you even scav on this map? On PvE? Not sure how that works. I guess you can. Yeah, you need to eliminate some scavs, and you need to find some 10 medicines, and you need to find some items from the bolt action rifle, which is not hard to do on woods, because it says any location, but if you go on woods, all the scavs have bolt action rifles and RSH-12 pistols. So yeah, this is an event going, so we're not going to accept this because this is not normal progression, right? It's like, this is something special which is going on now till the 29th, I think. So we're not going to participate on that one. This is not the normal progression for the series. We haven't played much, I'm very well aware of that, although we're 3 hours and a half in, but it is what it is. I can quickly fly through it and just play, and then nobody understands what the hell is going on. So we went slowly through it. We sorted out what we could. We have everything sorted. We are ready to go. We have talked to the people. So we'll try to do something. So we click on Escape from Tarkov, and then apparently you can play as a scav. If you play as a scav, you just get some random gear. If you can extract with it, then you can keep it. If you die, no problem. That is your scav. That helps to get your scav karma available. Now, you could scav and get some gear out, try to get some stuff out. That is an option. Not sure how that works though, in PvE, scavving. Because then the AIs, the normal AI will not shoot you. the player AIs will of course shoot you because you're now one of the other ones, right? You're one of the scavenger faction. Normally you want to play as your PMC. That's your personal main character, I call it, but it actually stands for Private Militant Contractor, but something like that. I just call it my personal main character. This is your main guy, right? This is what you see in the menu. That's what you're wearing. That's what you play with. If you play with this guy on the left here, that is your Scav, which will not always, that will sometimes be on cooldown. Then that's about reputation, and reputation specifically with fence. We have 0.50 by the looks of it. So if you want to get that thing up, you want to get that thing to 6.0, which is maximum Scav karma, and then you can get the last level for him. And then he will sell some things which people have left behind that they didn't insure or whatever. Then you can find some better gear, maybe might be some guns with scopes and whatnot. Because this thing, this guy refreshes the whole time, as you can see. So there's always a bunch of things that you can examine, which makes it easier to spot keys and mostly keys and streamers items. That's what I examined here. So from time to time you check this fence guy and see what he is selling, and maybe you can find some stuff. Now I don't know. I do have that streamer box, but now I don't know if I can actually claim that for my PvE account. Probably not. So we probably have to do that task by planting all these cameras all over the place to get the streamer's items. We'll check it on the website afterwards. Okay. I want to check something. Let's do a scav on ground zero. I just want to check how that works. Now, when you play on PvP, you sort of play on, on your server in a way. You are hosting the server, more or less. So it should not take that long to get in. Only on streets, I think you play on servers from BSG, I think. But they're playing around with it. Sometimes you play on their server, sometimes you're hosting. See, it says starting the local game. So you're hosting, basically. But what you could, for instance, do now, playing on your Scav is like therapist. She wants 3 medical items. You could potentially do that on your Scav. Anything which you need to pick up and so, or where you need to find, or you need this or that. We haven't checked out the hideout yet, but... So the normal AIs in theory should not shoot us, but the idiots might shoot us. I need to find a bigger backpack because we need that sledgehammer actually. Don't know if it was an AI or not. Well, they're all AIs, but... Could be the boss here, actually. You can also press O to see your extractions. Scav checkpoint, Emercom. Emercom and Nakatani, so yeah, it doesn't matter. We have extracts on both sides of the map. Nakatani is the far end on one side, Emercom is the far end on the other side. We're going towards Nakatami now. Those kind of things, just pick them up. I do need the cigarettes at some point. With 1001 lamps. Over time.
Ништяк, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
Normal scavs. We're also missing one stupid. Shooting us from the top there. Figure it out, stupid boys. We need that ghost mask at some point. It's a bit tricky, they all look the same here, these idiots. remove the save? No save here in PvE or what? I don't think so. There used to be a save here, right? Am I losing my mind? I'm pretty sure there was. Need one more medical item though. That's spreads, but we don't need those anymore. That has changed. Have any meds on you, mate? We have a bandage and a propital. This is Nakatami. Between the stairs. This map is pretty linear, it's straightforward. On one side you have Nakatani, which is this side. This is the end of the map, sort of. And the other side, that's pretty much where we played the tutorial. That's where the other side, that's the Emercom side. And then in the middle you have a flare extract and a car extract, potentially. And a transit to streets. And then there is also an extract with a code, and so on. But mostly, if you spawn on one side, you will get Nakatani. If you spawn on the other side, you will get Emercom as your extractions. In this case, we spawned in the middle, so we get both. We could go either way. There we go. That's fleeces for that one. And then we have a bunch of this crap. Lamps go in there, that goes in there, all of that crap goes in there. Cigarettes we need at some point, that goes in there, that goes in there. Okay, and now we have like 2 found in raid items. We have this, we also need a cowboy hat. We need 2 of them actually. And then all of the rest of the crap I don't necessarily need. Now, you could keep the MXLR because it's really good ammo. So that's definitely something you want to take. And you want to take this because that gives us a Salewa. And we want to take the ski mask and the ghost mask because that's quite required for the quest at some point. All the rest I don't need. I just click on sell all and we're going to sell it to Vince for 23,000.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
Things you don't need to sell to him. You could take it off if you really want to make more money. You take it all out and then you sell it to traders which give you the most. Then you have to check every item which gives you the most. In this case, we're not too worried about it. And now we're going to do some business. And this is of course where the knowledge comes into play. Right? If you know that you need those things, then you can keep them. Like the cowboy hats, I know we need 2. We need 2 cowboy hats, we need 2 Yushankas, I think it is. I could have picked that up as well. And then at some point for Ragman you need to go play some things, and the Smashke and the Ghost is one of them. So you need to, you just need to go plant them somewhere. I don't think they need to be found in raid. You could potentially buy these on the market, but the cowboy hats do need to be found in raid, so we need to find another one over time. And now one of these 2 here, that's why I picked up this thing. That's how you can work with barter trades. So now we can barter trade for a Salewa. No idea where she puts it, over there. And now we have an extra medkit. And that's how you get your hands on meds, right? This is another 400 unit. 2 slots, this is a 400 unit with 1 slot. There we go, and that was our first raid as a scav. And now if you go now see on your trader with Spence, we are now at 0.51 because we got 1 point because we extracted. At level 10 or is it 5 or 10, I can't remember, he gives you a task and then you will be able to get like, from those tasks you will get like 2 points or 3 points, or what I call a point is like 0.01, I call that a point. So if you ever mention me, hear me mention something like, oh, I got 3 points for this square, that means that I got 0.03 rep, right? That's what I call 3-point rep. Yeah, I've been doing that, that's sort of like an automatism. And these two items, which have now a yellow check, because they are found in raid, but they're also, it tells you like, hey, they're needed for a quest called First in Line, and then you go search that and you can turn in the bandage, for instance. What I'm not going to turn in is the propital. That's a bit too good of an item. To just give to therapists. We are looking for some bandages and things like that, which are easy to find. But we were on the wrong side of the map. The medbacks were on the other side, so. So although we played on our Scav, which was not even our guy, we got some stuff out of it. And he has ME. This is of course because it's part of that event. This has to do with this quest here. Find items from the bolt action rifle. We need 4 in 1 raid. At any location. And that's why these scavs are all running around. So what you need to do is go to woods and look for some dead bodies and then pick up the bolt action rifles. Because everybody will have a bolt action rifle there. So we'll see the scavs. All the people that were playing as a scav. That's part of that event. But we're not participating in that event. So what I'm going to do is just keep the MXLR somewhere. Yeah, that's another thing. We have some guns that we will keep. Not immediately going to use. And this is definitely a stack of ammo we're going to keep because it's the best ammo you can get for it. And you cannot buy that unless you have like higher level traders. Of course you want to put some scopes on here or something. I don't even know, this might not fit. Might need a smaller one here, TAC 30 or something, but we'll see if it fits. Oh yeah, it fits. So you can't put this thing on here. For instance, and now you have a, then I don't need the whatchamadoodle. Now we have a scope on our sniper. That's something that you potentially could do. You could also use the sniper scope on something else, of course. Now we need some room to fit that all in. That fits just perfect there. Boom. It is 100% one. So that's also something you need to look at, durability. Don't pick up broken guns. You can repair them, but then they are very high. As soon as they go under 93, 92, there's a chance that they start jamming. So you want to make sure you have proper guns. That's why we're keeping this one. It's 100%. That's how you play as a scav, and we're not going to do that much probably in this series, because on PvE I normally do 1 PMC raid, 1 scav raid, 1 PMC, especially in the beginning of a wipe. I mix it up so that we can get that reputation up as quickly as possible with fence to 6.0. You can quickly run into factory, which doesn't have a run through, so you can just go in with scav on factory and just run through the exit basically. Because now we took some time running around on that map. So that was our scav, and now we'll do 1 more raid as a PMC. And that will be the first episode probably. So we're going to go to interchange, and our only goal here is as part of our story. Now, you can ensure, I am not going to ensure we have a level 2 armor and a pistol. If we die, we die, so we did. I'm just not going to ensure. Once we have some better gear, we might ensure, especially in PvE, because if you get killed and nobody loots you, you get all your gear back. So what we just played there on our Scav was Ground Zero. That's basically the tutorial map. That is sort of to get new players acquainted with how it all works. And initially there are also only like 5 or 6 quests I think you have to do on that map, and then you're done on that map for quite a while. Later on, once or twice you have to go back there, for instance, to get Shooter Born in Heaven and things like that. Which is something you could potentially do once you have that quest. We have, for instance, that MXLR, which is bolt action. What we could do is go to Ground Zero and then look for PMCs. But we still have to figure out how they look here, actually. 1 minute 13. It's going to start always pretty quickly, obviously, because you're playing PvE, you're playing solo, you are running the show. It's creating a server for you, and you are running that from your home computer, basically. Only in streets, I think you use BSG servers. Unlike in PvP, obviously, in the PvP mode, you obviously use BSG servers on every map, which means that the matchmaking might be way longer, of course. It's raining. We already knew that because it started raining on our Scav, so. So let's see what we got here. We got rail wheel, unless we find the green flare. This time we play as a PMC, so if we see something move, we have to shoot it, right? We're enemies to everybody here, basically. If you play as a Scav, you're only enemies to the PMCs. That's a bush, I think. Sometimes hard to see the difference between a bush and a player, but... also a good spot to... railway is in the back over there, if I'm not mistaken. Also here, on this map, you sort of have the corners. One side is railway, the other side is Emercom. You usually have one of the two. There are some other options available, as you can see. Scav camp is a co-op that's underground somewhere. Power station, you need to put on the power. Not really. Power station question marks, what does that mean? That means that's a car extraction. But the car could be there or it could not be there, you don't know. Safe room, you need to use some swipe card that you have to use to unlock it. There's a big camp behind here. can just try to go around, or you can go through that container there. Don't necessarily need to be there though. We just need to. We can follow this railroad. At the end of the rail, it's where we need to. Where we have an extraction, or we can go check out that camp and see if we can find some meds for therapists. 7mm. Fucking dummies there. This is even in PvP they scared us a few times. They are dummy dolls. That's a baby mule. What you can have with these mannequin dolls is that you can have cowboy heads sometimes. Or some good armor. Already. We can pack it, same as we have. Trenches here. Nothing. We got PRS. Okay, we can still not put ammo in our butt. PRS is not that great. You can of course pick it up to sell it. That's always an option. That's where the green flare extraction is. Oh, we don't have a green flare. Unless we find one here or there. That's another Saleva. Barter trade, some extra water. So we will do that. We put that in here because that saves us 12,000. It could do this thing because we need those at some point. Table Docks mayonnaise was a streamer's item. I think they removed it now. Don't need it anymore for Kappa. Are we the only ones playing in PvE or what's going on? Or are there all little rats hiding in corners? That's very possible. I haven't heard anything except for rain. The sausage, the delicious sausage. PS. Depends what PS it is. Okay, well, one of the two will be the good stuff. That one is not. This one is decent. Keep the decent stuff. We need that sausage for a quest. 7U4 is not that bad. There is somewhere an airdrop. I still haven't found any meds though. Spark plug. What is that? SP5 or 6? 5. One of these 10 should have meds though. Because again, I don't want to give my stim that we just found there. Another one of these bubble heads. Ref, okay. Bolts. Okay, we found all the crappy tents. Where is the med tent? Is the med tent? Oh, we checked this med tent. Okay. Which one haven't we checked then? Check this one. This one then. Some meds, but not great meds. I have a feeling that on PvE they haven't figured it out yet. Okay, this is also considered mids. They're all considered meds, but I'm not going to give them my CMS kits either because we can't buy them yet. Where the fuck is he? There's some footsteps. There's some footsteps which were not ours. don't have a green flare, so we have to go railway. Should be a bit of a long trip. I was hoping to get like a Scav or something. To get a Scav with a few bandages or something. Yeah, now I actually have to gonna give him my stimmers or CMS kits. Because I don't want to give her the Salewas. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here on this map, but either the AI or like some of the rats on PvP. We also have not heard any shooting, so it's like, although there is supposed to be AI and AI PMCs, they kill each other, obviously. They're a different faction, PMC and scavengers. We haven't heard any shooting, so I think the AI on PvE hasn't figured it out yet. Or they're camping the extract. Because this map was expanded over time. And if the AI are spawning where they normally spawn, which is like inside the mall, then they will never come here. Which means you have the whole area for yourself every time. Well, probably not though. We'll probably run into one guy here trying to extract or something, and we... no idea. Don't know how it works. In PvP, obviously you need to be careful because they can always show us up all over the place, but... we haven't seen or heard any shots. We haven't seen any AI to begin with, so... kind of wondering, are we playing alone on this map? Probably. Well... objective for the tour completed, because we extracted as Mr. Ragman required. We also have some meds for Miss Daisy. Doesn't complete the quest though, because we need to find the Emercom extraction as well on Ground Zero. So I don't necessarily need to give her the meds yet. We can give her a founding raid bandage or something later on. Let me check it to be sure, but I think we also need that Emercom, right? It's not just the meds. Yeah. I can turn in some of these things, but there's no point. We still need to locate Emercom, where we have some med bags where we can just find a bandage. And then you want to turn in that. You want to keep the good meds as well. Like these are good meds. This is found in raid, which is also something that Miss Daisy needs. And we have another property. No, 2BTG. The 2BTG is found in raid as well. Yeah, we're gonna make some business here with some meds which are not found in raid. And then the rest is dump in the box. Spark plug. And then the rest is potentially barter trades. Right, this for instance is a bottle of water. And this is another Salewa. This can go in here. Oh, we find another CMS kit. Yeah, we need another row here though. It needs to make sense. Not like we have OCD or something, but it needs to make sense. I do this, it might take a bit longer, I'm very well aware of that. But I need a rope for surgery kits. We also need that sausage. That's for the quest. So we'll keep that one. Founding rate always goes to the left. Vodkas. We do need vodkas and whiskey on our later stage. What do we do with our whiskey? We put it over here. Okay, we'll go 2 higher then. If we're already collecting the booze. Now we need to have 2, then we can collect vodka founding rate. These are just normal drinks. Now we can collect whiskey, vodka and beers if we find them. We also get a few of these bubble heads again. Yeah, it will not take long. Lock. We need eventually to prestige. We need a bunch of these guys. But if we find them so easy on the interchange here. Yeah, we are at some point we're going to need a box for 1 slot items, for 2 slot items, for 4 for bigger ones like for this, right? Because these are immediately full if we start putting in things like this, but we need them though. No, don't need to have them locked, but we need those in here. The mayonnaise we do not need for a quest anymore in such a way for the streamers items quest, we don't need it anymore. But we do need it for the other quest where we need to dehydrate, and mayonnaise is the best way to dehydrate yourself very quickly. It has hydration is -99. So if you have that hydration quest, as long as it's not 100, you go out, walk around a little bit, it will be 99, and you eat a boil of mayonnaise. You will be at 0, and then about a minute later or so the dehydration starts. And then you need to stay dehydrated for like, what is it? 15 minutes, or 5 minutes or so. So that's why we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that because we need it for a task. And then we picked up some bullets. Yeah, this will also not take long before we need another ammo crate. I don't even have a room for this, so we're gonna have to fiddle that in somewhere. All of the weird ammo. The ammo boxes we eventually have 5, 6 or even more, depending on how much we want to keep. Piranhas is basically a budget flechette. Okay, we're good to go. We do need to eat a little bit and drink a little bit, so we'll do that. There we go. Eat one of those and we'll drink the pineapple juice. That will fine. The rest will go back up over time. Didn't I find an extra grizzly? Yeah, well, here we need another box of some sort. Okay, Mr. Ragman, is it you? Story. Tell Ragman what you found during the okay, we need to talk to Ragman again. Listen, mate. We've been scooping on the interchange.
Привет, брат.
We have seen jack shit. Nobody around, man. We didn't hear a shot. I scouted all over the ultra... okay.
Чё, совсем ничего нету, да? Если и в лагере пусто, точно не конвой. Значит, и переживать нечего.
I did my part. You promised to show me the way forward?
Да помню я все, Акпер. Дальше иди на таможню. Это промка такая у завода. Там всем барыга местный заправляет по кличке Лыжник. К нему тоже зайди обязательно. Только на таможне его не ищи. Он, наверное, опять на свою базу на севере уехал. Там с ним и поговоришь. От него всякого можно ожидать. Он ведь тоже из говна поднялся, через многое прошел. Но за тебя я ему поясню, так что поговорить к себе пустит. А дальше уже все от тебя зависит, брат.
This guy likes to clap in his hand. Later on we will meet Prapor. He likes to smash his fist on the desk, so be prepared. Well, thanks for the help, mate. So he tells us basically we need to go to customs, but before we go there we need to talk to Skier, which needs to give us access. This is small talk. Want to do trade? Got any work for me?
Прости, брат, сейчас ничего нет.
Okay, I gotta go then, mate.
Заходи еще.
Okay, now we go back to the task, and now we need to talk to Skier. It says red here, visit interchange 3 times. Because it's sort of, because we completed the quest by extracting. Survive and extract from Inter, so the optional objective of visiting 3 times interchange we didn't need to do. That is in case you die. Then you have to play it 3 times that map to get the quest done. So that's the alternative. Therapist still wants us to access the lab, and Ragman now wants us to talk to Skier, so we'll do that. Let's meet him, and he will give us access to customs, I'm assuming.
Ты чё там трёшься? Да не ссы! Мне за тебя все рассказали. В порт собираешься? План говно, конечно, но дело твое.
I'm nearly to evac. Not really, but...
А ты больно глазастый, да? На мою территорию не смотри даже. Все выходы с северного порта в самом начале захерачили. Так что по воде ты отсюда никуда не выйдешь.
Well, the sheep are sitting behind you. Yeah, he's on
Да мало ли
terminal
что
somewhere.
стоит. Считай, это их последняя стоянка, ну или как это у моряков называется. Только южный терминал в рабочем состоянии остался. Но там эти вояки засели. Всех тогда с теплого места согнали, падлы.
So he's apparently on the north side of terminal, but only the south is open. Yeah, that's where you extract eventually, but...
Таможка — это ж по сути промка Полихима номер 16. Так что мимо завода ты никак не пройдешь. Но там все заминировано, и подходы знать надо.
Customs is basically an industrial area for Polkim, so you have to pass through the factory, no other way. But the place is rigged with landmines, you have to know the safe routes. And now I suppose you want something to...
А ты что думал, в сказку попал? Если халтурку сделаешь одну, так я тебе не только подходы покажу, еще и со спецом одним свяжу. Если б не его
He's also
загоны
telling a bunch of
философские,
bullshit
был бы
because there are
идеальным
no
партнером
mines in
в натуре.
factory.
Недавно одни пацанчики совсем страх потеряли. И склад мой попытались штурмануть. По земле они больше не ходят, но склад ремонтировать надо.
So, you need a hand to fix up the place?
Ну, типа того. Только руками работать не придется. Собери мне стройматериалов.
Okay, he wants building materials.
Там сейчас все пригодится. Так что ты все и тащи. Так ты и поищи в промке. Таможня кормит еб. Чаще всего такие
Industrial zone in customs, so he gives us
инструментов.
access to customs
Ну или
now.
в деревянных таких, здоровых. Если рядом со стройкой
Big wooden
пошаришься,
crates and
точно что-то найдешь.
toolboxes. We can find most of them. Thank you. Get it done. We might probably already have some sitting. So, not only by talking to him, we have access to customs, but we also unlocked him now. Which means we now have a guy which we can sell guns to, if we need to. We're definitely going to talk to her here. What we're going to do is sell this thing. Condensed milk, pick it up. It's always worth 15,000 to therapist. And now we're going to buy from her the trading business. A bottle of water here for the H2O. Boom. And a Salewa again. Boom. Extra heals. Apparently we can only do this once a restock, apparently. That's fine. All fine. All fine, Miss Daisy. All fine. We do want to keep the finding rate water there in case we need one. I will put the plate there. We know it's whenever she resets, these traders reset. In this case, in 18 minutes, we can do that barter trade again. So apparently you can only do it once per barter, but that's fine. And then there is some business here. We have med skier. We have done this. We have done this. So remove it all. Same here again. We need to survive and extract from customs or visit customs 3 times, and we need to hand over any building materials to skier. How many do we have? That's a good question. 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. We have 4, but we need that owl for our hideout, which is the next thing we're going to talk about. And also probably the last one for this episode, because we're already 4 hours going for our first episode. That's already something. The hideout, we haven't been yet. Those are crafting stations. You want to get that thing upgraded as quickly as possible. Welcome to your personal hideout, as you showed in the beginning of the video, when we went onto my main account, PvP. That thing was fully upgraded. This is how it starts when it's not fully upgraded. As you can see. A couple of things here which are not open. Because we have an Herd edition, the cultist circle is already built. If you have a lower version, you also have to build the cultist circle. Okay, what do we need here? We need a measuring tape. So what we're going to do here is right click on that thing, add to the wish list. Oh, it's already on the wish list. Okay, so I'm going to add it to the wish list for hideout. And then it will have some sort of, when you find one, it will have a double circle on it. Then you know that it's for hideout. And you sort of do the same for the other things. In this case, the vents needs 25,000 rubles. We have that, so we'll instantly construct it and see what we need for level 2 and add those things to the wish list for hideout. Now we know that we need them. Whenever you upgrade a station, before you upgrade it, make sure you uncheck those things. And then you remove them from your wish list again before you upgrade. Because otherwise you have a bunch of things marked which you might not need anymore. Laboratory. We have found the owl already. And these things are already on the wish list. So that's fine, we don't need to put them on there. The multi-tool you can buy from Proper, which we have not unlocked yet. The bolts are on there. Yeah, this might be my wish list actually. I will have a look in a second what is on this wish list. Illumination, we need a cricket lighter. Med station. Bandages, they do not need to be found in raid. Yeah, it's automatically doing this and now I think. Syringe, they don't need to be found in raid anymore. Some things need to be found in raid, some things do not need to be found in raid. That's something you need to look at. This one is not on the wish list. This one is. So yeah, I had some sort of wish list going. So we upgrade the vents to level 1. And we have marked whatever we need for level 2 or level 1 of the other stations. So there's that. We played our Scav 1 raid, we played our PMC 1 raid. We completed a quest for Ragman, so he's happy. And then that's sort of how you go. But it's slow starting, of course. If we click on our tasks, right? If we have site, we only have one task operational. We don't have any yet. Those are dailies and weeklies. And then we have one of the storylines. Oh yeah, I forgot about that because we could have picked up a poster. You need to pick up some items or find some items to unlock other story chapters. That can be found on all kind of different maps. Very often it's a poster, sometimes, or sometimes you have to go nearby some area to start all of these chapters. Some of them, once you have completed a tour, it will unlock another one and so on. But we'll leave that for the next episode. The next episode will go a little bit faster, obviously. I had to explain a lot just to boot up in a way, right? Just to get going. We sorted everything out. So we are good to go now. We have some guns. We are good to go. We have some food, some drinks. We already have some quest items for upcoming quests. And we are step by step unlocking the map. Now we have access to customs. So Skier wants us to go there. So we have to go to the customs map, try to survive. On our way, pick up some building materials for him as well. And then he probably will tell us to go talk to somebody else again. And then we'll unlock the other maps that way. So that's the first thing you want to do is unlock all the maps. So that you have access to all the maps. And once you do, you will get more side missions. And then you're going to have to make some choices at some point. You saw also in the beginning when I clicked on my tasks on my PvP character. If I clicked on side, that was a long list to scroll through. At the moment, we have only one. We need to get to Emercom and we need to find some materials. But I am waiting till we have met some of the other people. Because each and single one of them will have a quest on ground zero. And then we can do that, potentially try to combine it. But that will be for the next episode. I'm going to leave it at this. It was a long episode to start with, but... yeah, I tried to explain as much as I could. So we are playing in PvE in this episode series. And we'll try to, I don't know, maybe we'll try to get to Kappa or try to Prestige and then get to Kappa eventually. We'll see. We're going to have to make a decision once we reach, what is the first Prestige? Not available apparently. Oh no, because we reset this account, of course. We reset this account. So this thing will, I think it will only pop up once we reach level 25, I guess. Unless I'm completely mistaken and you can't prestige in PvE. That might be possible, actually. Some features are kept for only the PvP zone. So I will leave it on PvE. Seeing we are playing this series. And the next time we'll try to unlock the other maps, or as many as we can. And then see what we can do with all of these side missions. I will try to explain everything that we are doing as we go. I think that's the best way to do. We already took now an hour or two to explain just the beginning, what it was all about, and which way we wanted to go. So we went with the PvE mode this time. And then you have storylines. You see how that works with the cutscenes and talking to the traders. It will unlock stuff, and we will also be able to have to go find some things. But in the beginning, it's just go to the map and extract. Go to the map and extract, and that way you will unlock the other maps. That's our first priority, trying to unlock the other maps. And by talking to these traders for the first time, you also unlock the trader. So that's also kind of important, that you can do business with most of them. So yeah, we'll leave it at this. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you guys in episode 2 when we explore customs, apparently. We'll see you guys then. Bye bye for now.